First set, Nicolas Mahut to serve. Ready, play.
Hey!
Love.
Despite being a qualifier, Mahut has reached the third round here. In 2006, he lost to Roger Federer, so he's not unfamiliar with the grass here at Wimbledon.
It was his debut year here at the All England Club.
30 love.
As you say, not unfamiliar with the surroundings. Won the boys' title here back at the turn of the century in 2000. Wonderful passing shot from the backhand side by Mahut.
Mahut. First game.
Well, that was a convincing first game by Mahut, some big serving, and that's going to be a feature of this match. I don't think there's any question about it. Both of these players have substantial serves, and Isner, being the height that he is, will deliver it from a very high elevation, and the ball will really bounce up. That'll be could be a bit of a problem for
John Isner to serve.
As you already pointed out, Mark, he's serving from the dark shadows on the far side into the light.
15 love.
Constructed that point very nicely indeed. Mahut immediately on the back foot with the serve.
Yes, he does well to get that back. It's a high ball. Actually, not so easy to deal with.
30 love.
An issue in this match is actually getting the serve back, because the serves are powerful. Back with interest, I mean.
Stop!
Love.
Well, that second serve there was at 125 miles an hour. I mean, that really is quite stunning.
Fastest recorded serve, 140 miles an hour from Isner. 143 to be exact.
40-15.
It's not so often that you see a server serving the second serve quite as hard as this. Interesting to see how many double faults he serves throughout the match, if any.
First ace to close out that service game. One game all.
One game all. The set.
It is a huge serve. Really uses his full height. He's even off the ground as he executes that shot. Almost impossible to return.
Let first service. Love.
Shank the forehand return there. But when he's getting it in, really is hitting it with considerable power.
15 all.
Mahut is one of the players who does like to come into the net behind his serves. In other words, a serve volleyer. And the objective of the return is to try to get the ball to the feet, which Isner did effectively on the last point.
Let for service.
Ah.
30-15.
Line judge being kept on his toes. Perhaps just the sound of the camera shutters distracting Mahut on that serve.
40-15.
His first ace of the match.
Second serve too. And it's the slice here. This is a really effective serve. He comes around the outside of the ball, and there the ball spins away from Isner. Even as tall as he is, he couldn't get his racket onto it.
Game, Mahut.
Good variation on the serve into the body.
Mahut is 2-1.
So it's going with serve at the moment.
So I have a feeling we're going to be watching a lot of big serves in this match. And the issue is actually getting the ball back into play. And both players have got such good serves. The court's playing quite quickly now. Then just with the day's play, the court is hardening up. It's the ball's going through just that little bit quicker. It's a warm day. And so the emphasis really will be looking for some good returns of serve. Both players have lovely service actions. Look at the excellent throw at the ball there, the racket head accelerating through the throw, and that's one of the keys on the serve, is that the speed of the acceleration of the racket, but also timing too, to try to get the ball at as high as possible. And rhythm is one of the key aspects of the serve too. The more relaxed you can be on the serve, interestingly, the harder you can hit the ball. Of course, that applies to all strokes. As soon as you get muscular tension, that's when it becomes difficult.
So Isner appearing to serve, 25 years old. Mahut slightly older at 28, more experienced as well as a professional. Is now on the Pro Tour since 2007.
Love 15.
Yes, Isner was out last year. We had mononucleosis, which has not sort of helped him, but he had a good year before that.
That mononucleosis caused him to miss the French Open at Roland Garros, and perhaps the after effects. He wasn't here at Wimbledon last year either, after his initial appearance in 2008. You say it can take a while to get over what is a nasty illness.
15-30.
138 miles an hour for ace number 2 from Isner.
Mahut will be hoping now to get a second serve at 15-30, and then because this is a half a chance really, you might think, to break the serve, I suspect, in the context of this match.
Oh, just bludgeoned off the court on that point. Pulverizing power being demonstrated by John Isner.
Yes, a huge serve, but and a great rally, some powerful ground strokes, and finishes it off in style.
.132 miles an hour again.
40-30.
Who got a racket to it, but just too quick on that occasion.
Game Isner.
Dominant service game produced by Isner. Wrapping up the proceedings in quick time.
2 games all. First set.
This is a match for both players to be hanging in and just waiting for that opportunity to get the break and hopefully getting it. Mahut would have been quite hopeful at love 30 in that last game, but in fairness, Isner played 4 great points to get himself out of that temporary difficulty.
Love 15. Off.
Attempted drop shot brought Mahut to the net. Still managed to fashion a good response.
Oh,
15-30.
Reading the serve well there. Put in a couple of good returns in this game. Seriously threatening.
Well constructed point from Mahut.
30.
Finishing backhand was very effective.
$40-30. It's good.
Isner not entirely sure about the call. But, the umpire, Mohamed Leon, is not going to get involved.
Connection. Game. Mahut.
Umpire called into action again.
Mahut leads 3-2. First set.
Instantly barking correction. Which makes it game Mahut. He leads by 3-2. He's going with serve.
Yes, he almost transgressed. I think he's apologising there to the linesman. But, a little bit of discussion there with Mahut and the umpire. But the serve is a serve which is so difficult, I think, for the lines officials. The ball's coming down so fast. I know they're well trained, but that one was right on the line, and the correction was made very, very quickly, which was absolutely the right thing to do by the lines person. So no potential breaks of serve as yet, not even any deuce games. We've all dominated by serve, and I suspect this is going to progress in this fashion. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't have a number of tie breaks in this match. The quality of the serving is such that it's very difficult to to really make any headway on the return. Got to really guess, I think, have some sort of instinctive response as to where the serve is going to go, and then gamble on that when you're returning.
Love 15.
First double fault of the match.
Up.
Impressive once again.
30-15.
Well, it's a bit like a heavyweight boxing match, this, at the moment. Very powerful hitting and punching.
$14-15.
Who just querying whether that third ace from Isner was long. He's intimating that it was. The call is good.
$40-30.
Put away that forehand with much aplomb. So no prospect
3 games all
of either man losing their serve thus far.
Yes, he finishes this rally off with a slightly unconventional volley in the men's game, that is, that drive volley. As he was well back, 3/4 court. It's the right shot to play.
And Mahut just being distracted by camera shutters down near on court 18. Good rally. It's a good deep return initially from Isner.
15 up.
It's the longest rally of the match there, just 11 strokes. Well, not just 11 strokes, it was a significant rally, the best rally of the match.
Love.
Oh, impressive volleying at the net from Mahut.
Oh, rapid fire from both players here. This is a fine rally. Had to be really sharp at the net. Mahut First volley from behind the service line. He moves, closes into the net. Exactly the right thing to do. Didn't expect perhaps the ball directly at him, but he was a bit like a brick wall at the net here. Manages to get the ball away. Excellent volley.
Very well played. Saw Mahut approaching the net again.
40-15.
Well, it's a good return. Forced that half volley again. Mahut's behind the service line. It has to close in, but not quickly enough. There's too much angle to play with by Isner. That was a fine shot. It's 40-15. A long way to go in this to break the serve.
That is a good return. Right onto the toes of Mahut. Am I off mic at all? I don't think it was on that occasion. I'm not sure what the distraction is. On previous ones it has been.
Game. Mahut. New balls, please.
Well, at the end of that game, we're just being visited by a ball from another court.
First set.
One is near baseline. It's a great ball. It's all right.
Well, occasionally that does happen. Adjacent court number 19 is not that far away. If the player sort of mishits the ball off the frame, that can happen.
But everything going with serve at the moment. Between two high-quality players.
So I certainly sense they're starting to read the opponent's serve. That's one would hope that wouldn't expect that would happen throughout the set. You get more familiar with the way the opponent serves, and you start to anticipate more efficiently and effectively to get a few more returns back into play. We saw Isner there getting a couple of really good returns at the feet. Not quite sure what's happening here, whether the umpire is calling for a trainer. I hope that's not the case. But clearly he's there's a request for him to call HQ, so to speak. And, both players look as though they're nice and relaxed, but time has been called, as we can hear, and that play is continuous. Mahut leading 4-3. Isner to serve, and it should be with the new balls, which might give a little bit of extra impetus to the serve.
Love.
Put that away very nicely indeed.
30 love.
Isner.
Well, the key is he gets into the net quite quickly here. Let's see where he plays the first volley, or his only volley, but he's inside the service line just with his left foot. That's the objective.
40 love.
Ace number 4 from Isner. High speed once again. Another service game to love from Isner. Going with serve, tied at 4 games all.
Isner has played quite a lot of his tennis in the United States in the collegiate league in the NCAA for the University of Georgia. Was quite successful in leading his team to the championship. So he spent some 3 years, I think it was, there, honing his game.
The Georgia Bulldogs. 2007, as you say, Mark, his senior year.
Is that the basketball team?
All their teams are referred to as Bulldogs. American football, basketball, big sporting institution down there in Athens, Georgia.
39.
Mahut's third ace.
That
was a little tricky there for Mahut. The return clipped the top of the net.
What a return. Perhaps anticipated that Mahut was going to follow his serve.
30.
And the return was deep and beyond him, wide to the forehand side. Now, can he claw it back to deuce and try and sneak a break here?
Deuce.
Mahut's first double fault of the match. Well, you heard the exclamation from Isner. Yes, come on. Because he has forced the first break point of the match.
And he takes his opportunity here. There's not a lot of space down the line, but he double-handed backhand manages to push it down the line successfully. This is the first break point opportunity in the match so far. And Isner now really must fancy his chances. It's a second serve.
Two double faults to force the first service break. And with the way Isner's been serving in such dominant fashion, this set could be over pretty quickly when the players emerge from their chairs. We shall see. Can Isner respond? Excuse me, can Mahut respond to keep the first set alive?
The trainer is actually on the court now. You can just see Mahut there, and whether that disturbed his thinking and contributed to the double faults, we don't know, but quite clearly that's was not the best of games that he served in the match. And, to hand the game over really quite tamely in a sense with two doubles. The trainers are pretty efficient here, and they can do a very good job. They'll do a bit of analysis, I suspect. Yeah. Those disappeared rather quickly there, and Mahut's out of the blocks also very quickly, and he's not taken the full minute and a half, which is allowed in actual fact.
Time.
So this is now a terrific opportunity for the American to take the first set.
Yes. 15 love.
Well, Mahut just approaching the net, taking a look at a shot that he believed was in. Out is the call.
Yes, I think it was fractionally wide. Just a little bit of spin carried it into the tram lines.
Well, a volley he's been putting away with aplomb. Just wide on that occasion. Powerful ground strokes.
30-15.
Deals with a difficult shot here because this is a miss hit and it's a high floater, isn't he? He really has to move his feet well to get behind the ball so that he can inject some pace into that, which he does.
Box. (40-15).
Just a slight loss of footing there by Isner. But 2 set points to the American.
Game. First set is
Finished it emphatically. Isner takes the first set 6-4 after seizing that opportunity of a service break on Mahut's previous service game.
Yes, just over half an hour of play. That's fairly intensive stuff for 10 games. The trainer, as we can see, is now back on court. Had a quick look on the previous change of ends to, I think, to do a bit of an assessment of the situation. And the court supervisor there too to monitor the situation. But a good set of tennis by the American. He really was more or less faultless on serve. His serve is awesome in actual fact. I think we might describe it as. But a pity for the Frenchman Mahut to serve that double faults, really, which were the costly points in the entire set. The summary of the set: 48% first serves in by Mahut. Isner 69. That really is quite a respectable, and the conversion rate pretty high too for Isner and Mahut too. But the statistics apart from that, fairly even. Both players, very few unforced errors, 3, so the quality of play has been good, and fractionally more winners by Isner. But this is an excellent serve. It's a good action, a nice loose flowing action, and generates so much speed. But he also, with that serve, because of his height, can create the angles which then enables him to exploit the second shot. Just imagine serving from 6'9" compared with somebody who's 5'9", how much extra space they have realistically to serve into. The advantage of that is enormous.
And how would Mahut prepare for something like that? How would you replicate receiving that height from such a tremendous elevation?
Well, I think you've got to vary where you receive the serve from, and sometimes you may have to cut down the angle by moving forwards. And but of course, you've got to be the ball's coming too faster at that point in time. It's not an easy solution to that.
15 love.
So Mahut to serve to open the second set.
13 up. T15.
Now that is a very good shot indeed. Picked it up off the grass wonderfully. And just dropped it over the net.
Yeah, it's very skillful.
Okay, Mahut. First game. Second set.
Well, it was an important game there for Mahut to have held his serve.
Not that one we see.
Going on with the umpire. That was rather strange. The return seemed to catch Isner by surprise.
Well, it's a good blocked return, a sliced return, using the pace of Isner's serve to direct it down the line. That's a good play against a serve of this power.
Love 13.
And that is a fantastic return. As deep as could possibly be. Just beyond the reach of Isner, whose momentum had only just finished carrying him forwards. Well, this is significant, because Mahut has engineered the first break points on the Isner serve, and there are 3 of them. Service broken.
Mahut is 2 games to love. Second set.
Well, a canny game there played by Mahut in terms of the returning. He decided just to block the ball back. He anticipated well, and that created all sorts of problems for the American. And break of serve to love, a real surprise.
Wonderful passing shot from Isner. Looking to break back immediately.
Set up with this return, really, that gave him the opportunity. Mahut didn't centre that ball. It's a slow floater. Plenty of time there for Isner to get into position. But nevertheless, it was a fine shot.
30.
Draw.
Both players now starting to return the serve. Mahut's been coming into the net behind his serve there. They really decided, I think, that wasn't the best of policies, and he got caught a little bit in no man's land on the baseline.
Impressive point from Mahut.
30 up.
Forehand winner. Forcefully struck. Ace number 4 from the Frenchman. Well, from being love 30 down, really did put his service game together well.
Games to love. Second set, first set, Isner.
Well, he's turned the tables rather successfully here. Mahut in the second set, having taken the first 3 games, it really is a surprise. It was a surprise, I think, when he lost his serve in the first set, rather anticipating it was going to go the distance into the tie break. So we've had 2 breaks of serve. A fairly quick time here.
And as you said, Mark, perhaps as the game is progressing, they're just getting used to the variances of serve that they're being faced with.
Yes, they're starting to read the serve. Its temperature's dropping a little bit. The ball is not quite flying through the air as quickly as it was maybe in the earlier part of the match. But Isner probably kicking himself in a way to lost his serve to love. Really good play by his opponent, no question about that. But he must have been feeling really good after the first set, thinking now he got the match in the palm of his hand, and suddenly he's into a match again.
Time.
Has demonstrated an ice-cold temperament during his time on the Pro Tour, Isner. So there won't be perhaps too many outward signs of panic or distress. 1 service game down already here in the second set, having taken the first 6-4. That go down as an unforced error, Mark?
I think so, yes. It really, he wasn't under any great pressure, I don't think, on that backhand to try to do too much. Mahut really reading the serve so well. This ball is really into the hitting zone. It's 124 miles an hour, I think it was, something like that. But look at the depth of the return. That was the key factor in the rally. Well, Isner really does need to hold his serve here, otherwise he might as well forego the set. So these are key points for him.
put away the volley nicely.
30 yard.
But Mahut really does seem to have adjusted well to the incredible speed and acute angle in which the ball is rising. Returning far more effectively as this game goes on.
Oh. 40-30.
Ambitious attempt there, not too long, but how quickly did he seize on that serve?
Thank you.
Game is now.
Well, thank you, Reece.
Mahut leads 3 games to 1. Second set.
Understood. Am I pausing or can I carry on at this moment?
Tina. Love.
Well, welcome to Court 18, where you join us for a first-round singles encounter in the men's tournament between Nicolas Mahut of France and John Isner of the USA. Isner took the first set, 6-4. Only one break of serve in that set.
Let. First service.
But Mahut broke back almost instantly, breaking Isner on his first service game to go 2-love up in the second. And it's been a match of high quality so far.
14.
Service games until towards the end of the first set have been utterly dominant. And Mahut has been returning impressively as this match has wore on.
Okay.
Closes out that service game with ace number 5. Really now, Mark, Isner's going to have to find something to keep himself in this set. 4-1 down.
Well, Mahut, as we well know, is a good grass court player. Having played so well at Queen's in 2007, he got to the finals there, remember, and had a match point against Roddick. So he's very familiar with grass court play. Good natural serve volley, although he's been forced to stay back quite a bit in the second set, and that's proved some dividends. But where he has been successful in the second set as opposed to the first set, he's been able to get the return of Isner's serve back, which is huge. He's a man who's 6'9", Isner. He's been hitting towering serves, and now as we're into the second set, Mahut is starting to read and understand and anticipate where that serve is going, and has been very much more effective on the return of serve. So that has been a key feature of this second set here. But an interesting match. Isner there really, I think, a little upset with himself, because having got the break in the first set and taking the first set, one felt that he possibly had got this match under control. But Mahut has responded extremely positively, playing some good tennis.
He's adjusted wonderfully to the acute extreme angle of the Isner serve, coming down from that towering height of 6'9", and then the extension and elevation as well when he jumps into it. He was out of his seat first, itching to get on with proceedings, because the momentum is well and truly with the Frenchman in this second set. 28 years old, Mahut, and arrived at this year's Wimbledon via the qualification route, beating Britain's hope, Alex Bogdanovic, in the second round in a 3-set epic which took over 4 hours. 24-22 he finally prevailed in the final set. So he's had lots of grass court tennis leading up to Wimbledon 2010. And there you see the type of pulverizing forehand power from the racket of John Isner. Oh.
He's lost his rhythm on his serve just a little bit in the early part of the match. He was serving second serves at about 125 miles an hour. I know it was a little warmer at the time, and therefore the ball was flying a little bit faster. But his serve was actually huge. Surprising and amazing what confidence will do.
30-15.
Out.
40-15.
Another big serve, really, 129 miles an hour. It's a powerful serve, and he's varying it quite well.
Isner, new balls, please.
Closes out that game with ace number 5. So Mahut leading 4 games to 2 in the second set.
Well, now he's got to find a way, Isner, of breaking the serve. There's a look at his service action. Look at the slice that he gets on that ball. That ball really rocketing past Mahut, hitting the back fence. Very effective shot. So Mahut's got the benefit of new balls here. That should give an extra zip to his serve.
Well-constructed point from Isner.
Set up with a good return of serve there, and that ball down the middle of the court gave Isner a choice of where to play the forehand.
Well, just a mild exclamation from Isner. Appeared to be caught in 2 minds. Ended up playing a nothing shot.
$13-15.
121 miles an hour on ace number 6 from Mahut. Not as big a serve as Isner. Holding his own in the ace department.
40-15.
Well, it's been his strength and his weakness, really. Mahut, in the end of the first set, while serving, he served 2 double faults to lose his serve, which really was out of the blue. Must have got just a little bit tense That may be the reason why his ranking has dropped. He's currently ranked 148 in the world. Plays on the Challenger circuit most of the time.
Mahut is 5 games to 2. Second set, first set, Isner.
Had a career highest ranking of 40 back in February 2008. Best year-end ranking back in 2007 when he made the final of Queens. That was 45. And when he made that hugely impressive run during the Queens tournament, Mark, he beat the 5th seed, Ivan Ljubicic, and Rafa Nadal in the same day before going on to that
Yes, that was the
epic
highlight,
final
really.
with Andy Roddick.
He's always played well on grass. He won the juniors here some years ago, and 3 years ago he got through to the 3rd round against Federer. But in the last couple of years he's been in the draw and lost in the 1st round. He's struggled a little bit with his form, I think, after 2007 when he started to really make some inroads into the game, and his game perhaps hasn't progressed as quickly as everybody would have hoped, or he would have hoped anyway. But good serve into the body there. He's varied his serve well, and that makes it tricky for a big man like Isner, particularly the ball into the body. I would think for him, who's so tall, that it is one of the hardest serves for him to deal with, particularly if it's into his right hip, because getting out of the way of it and then swinging the arm to make a good contact would be quite difficult.
Not out for the count, but on the deck.
And that's a real body liner, that one. Yes.
Again,
an excellent return by just blocking the ball back. Not much of a swing on the return, but just getting it deep, making it really difficult for the American.
30-15.
Another big serve from Isner, 122 miles an hour for his 7th ace.
There's nothing you can do about that.
Oh, when he's left it, but that effective blocking shot you've been referring to, Mark, in evidence once again from Mahut.
It really dropped, didn't it? It was well inside the line. It was poor judgment.
Well, the beginning of the match, Mark, you talked about the distinctive sound that the ball makes here coming off the racket on court 18, but from Isner's racket it sounds different altogether, such as the power he puts behind it.
It's a real crack.
Well, who made up a lot of ground to keep that ball in play, but Isner was equal to it, put away the volley nicely to hold his serve. Mahut now serving, though, for the 2nd set.
Well, here he plays this disguised little drop shot. Mahut gets there and plays a reverse spin shot there, which almost bamboozles Isner. He manages to get the ball back over, but it wasn't a clean hit. Rather fortunate. Yeah, serving for the set.
15 love.
Really in a groove with his serve, Nicolas Mahut. Ace number 9.
Let first service. 15 love.
So 3 set points then in favor of the Frenchman. Third double fault of the match for Mahut, and each time it's come at a critical juncture.
So that was a slightly ambitious, I think, second serve. It was 110 miles an hour, just missing the centre line.
Still set points for Mahut.
40-30.
So Mahut takes the second set, 6 games to 3, to tie this match on court number 18 at 1 set all. And Isner just struggled to find any rhythm in that second set. He lost his first service game to go 2-love down. Held his serve for the rest of the time, but didn't really demonstrate the same type of free-flowing tennis we saw from him in the first set. Momentum very well and truly with Mahut.
He played a good set there, Mahut, in every aspect of his game. There are powerful serves listing an error on the return of serve, but it was his return of serve, I think, which was the significant shot for me. He started to read Isner's serve much better than he had done in the first set, and that so often happens when you're playing against an opponent. You know, after a while you instinctively start to feel where your opponent is going to serve, and he started to read his serve so effectively despite the power of Isner's serve. But, both players are serving well. There Isner's 81% of first serves in, so that really just shows how well, in actual fact, Mahut did return. It's been a serve which is a match which has been dominated really by serve, but when Isner's put his second serve into play, it's down to 25% points of one, and that has been in many ways, I suppose you could argue, the Achilles heel, and that's allowed Mahut to return just that little bit better, and that turned the tide in this match. So these players now equally matched. Difficult to predict the outcome.
Third set, Isner to serve.
Wonderful tennis, because the shot from Isner was so deft, but look at the ground that Mahut makes up and just curves this backhand shot around from such a low angle to find the tram line.
Game is done. First game, third set.
Well, big things expected from this player. John Isner from the United States. Started this tournament, well, he's ranked 19, he's a 23rd seed. Started this tournament at 66-1 and picked by none other than John McEnroe as an outside bet on BBC television last night. Perhaps as a result, his odds have subsequently dropped to 50-1 to take the entire thing. He's got a fight on his hands here.
Yes, Isner now returning from the more difficult of the two ends, because particularly in the deuce court, sun is in the eyes as receiving serve.
Out. 30 love.
That's right, here is looking directly into the sun as his opponent serves. Not the easiest of conditions to return effectively.
Let for service.
As if to shield against that sun, wearing his cap in conventional fashion. Considerable glare at that end of the court. And that's just too good. Nice volley from Mahut.
40 love.
This is the perfect volley from this situation. It's just on the service line, but it's look where that ball bounces and crosses the tram lines there. Made it impossible for Isner to get to it.
Game Mahut.
Another service game to love.
One game.
Just encouraging himself verbally, Mahut. Serve hard and high into the body.
It's the speed gun says 132 miles an hour for the second serve. It's a huge serve.
Let for service.
He was demonstrating that type of speed in the first set. On his second serve.
13.
Fell away slightly during the second, perhaps suggesting a loss of rhythm, loss of timing. Does a second serve of that speed suggest that he's got his game and his thoughts back together? He's playing well, but just outfoxed in that second set. That one service break.
Just sort of re-established the pattern of the first set, which was dominated until the ninth game by serve, with hardly any break chances at all.
Game. Isner.
Isner returns a compliment with a service game to love.
Isner is 2-1. Third set, 1 set all.
And you can see why John McEnroe makes the statement that he does. If he were to serve as consistently as he served in the last couple of games for an entire match, or in fact the tournament, it really is very difficult to know how to get that ball back into play. You can't see him really losing his serve at all, and he uses his full height. It really is a good rhythmical serve. Occasionally comes into the net, as he does on this point, just to add a little bit of variety. But look at, he really reaches up and stretches there. The throw of the racket naturally moves forward, and not an easy man to pass at the net, being 6'9", so it's a lot of talent there to work with.
And surprisingly at that size, and growing up in America, Was a basketball player of some repute before deciding to stick with tennis from the age of 14.
But thankfully he went the tennis route. He
Time.
went down the intercollegiate route, didn't he? The Georgia something or others, were they?
Georgia University, the Bulldogs, their nickname, led that team to the NCAA tennis title in his senior year in 2007. He's been a pro since that time. Won his first title on the ATP Tour earlier this year in Auckland. How much confidence will he have taken from that? Made a final in Memphis as well. So perhaps now getting the level of belief required to accompany his considerable physical ability. And that is a very nice passing shot. Deep and wide beyond the outstretched forehand of Mahut.
Yes, good point. He must feel if he can get the ball back into play and keep his opponent at the back of the court, he must have a better than 50-50 chance of winning those points, and they are priority points for him to win.
So Mahut moves into double figures on the ace count.
It's been a good crowd around this court. They're enjoying this match. That ball really leapt off the court, bounced high, possible to control. Bludgeoning power
40-30.
being demonstrated by Isner, whose movement has been wonderful, not even attempting to try and run that one down. The baseline in a flash from Isner. So we're all square. One set apiece. 2 games all. Going with serve here in set number 3.
Yeah, it's just 3 points against the serve in 4 games. So as we say, the return of serve, absolute premium. Mahut now in the sun as he receives the serve.
Good deep return on the ground stroke from Isner. So Isner's third double fault. Again, that second serve, 121 miles an hour.
30-15.
Fantastic direction on that serve. Beyond the outstretched racket of Mahut.
$40-15.
Well, again, that's a good return by Mahut. It's a lifeless ball. He's now having to generate the pace. It's coming in so quickly. Didn't quite time it correctly.
Good tennis, because that was a good return from Mahut. But Isner was equal to it.
Isner is 3-2. Third set, 1 set all.
Well, Isner's done his job, and the key for both players is to hang on to his serve, and Isner did that there. And now both players really just looking for an opportunity, waiting for the opportunity. As long as they keep serving well, just waiting for the opportunity for the break. But this was an interesting point, because it's a fine return, a reflex return there by Mahut. Not quite deep enough, but it was a good shot, but it needed to be just a little bit more, little deeper to trouble Isner. Isner moves well here, gets to the side of the ball, moves his feet and plays his trusty forehand. He hits a good forehand, a solid shot. I think it's his favoured wing, really. But movement is, one would think, would be a question mark for someone so tall, but he's pretty agile, I have to say. It's surprising that these days there are so many players on the tour who are 6'6". Cilic, Karlovic 6'10". Isner here. Once upon a time, a player of over 6'3" was considered to be tall, and you felt that they wouldn't have the mobility, or you could catch them at their feet.
Time.
But these days, these tall men are great athletes. It's a big change in the game.
So Mahut to serve. 1 set all. 3-2 Isner in the third set. Who elected to leave it, and it was the correct decision.
And that was a pity for Isner, having made such an effort there to get up to that ball, just missing. Who, of course, delighted to see it go out.
First service. $30.
That is a superb serve. Didn't have to hit it too hard. In fact, the speed was really to keep the speed off, to allow the spin to take effect.
And that's a marvellous return.
40-15.
And really sharp here to block that one back, isn't it?
Game. Blue balls, please.
Closes that game with ace number 12
3 games all. Third set.
to tie the proceedings at 3 games all. Second time these two players have met. One previous meeting was Mahut who came out on top. The second round at Queen's 2008. Perhaps it being such a relatively long time ago now won't be too big a factor in the mind of Isner, and of course he will feel that he's improved since then. It's not just he who feels he's improved. Indeed, he was named the ATP's most improved player for last year, 2009. Succeeding Joe Wilfried Tsonga as the recipient of that accolade. Again, big things expected of John Isner. Well played.
Well, again, a good serve volley technique, not the technique that you see too often these days, but certainly he's the sort of player who can exploit that to great effect.
Isner moves into double digits on the ace count. Wow, that was all predicated on a fantastic return of serve
40-15
from Mahut.
Game. Isner.
129 miles an hour on that serve.
Isner is 4-3. Third set, 1 set all.
It's difficult really to put the speed into a context that one can appreciate. I suppose the only way of thinking about it is if you stood on a motorway or were at a racetrack and a car was coming to you at 125 or 30 miles an hour, then that gives you some sort of idea of how quickly you've got to move. I know the ball slows down as it goes from one end of the court to the other, some 78 feet, but nevertheless it really means that you've got to have made a decision, I think, almost before the ball is hit as to where it's going, because that really is instinct. It has to be, and that you hope that you have to take a gamble that you pick the right side.
And as you already pointed out, Mark, not just the speed, which is tremendous coming from the racket of Isner, but the unconventional, uncommon angle from which it's coming.
Yes.
Steep, kicking up really high, but Mahut has done a good job adjusting to that and has returned better, more impressively as the game has gone on.
He has done. I think this set, though, Isner has served a little bit better than he did in the second set, having lost his serve early in the second set. I think he lost a bit of concentration, quite frankly, having broken and won the first set 6-4, and then he lost his opening service game in the second set. And I think it possibly was through a little bit of concentration. He's now sharpened up a lot more in this set, particularly on his serve.
So this is a key game then for Mahut. 3-4 with serve. 1 set all.
Love.
Swerve and slice and spin on that ace from Mahut.
30-15.
Fourth double fault on Mahut's serve. Fantastic serve once again from Mahut.
Game.
And it's not as quick
4 games up.
as the serve of Isner, but it's proven to be just as effective. 15 aces now for the Frenchman.
Yes, he's placing it so well. Look, in this particular instance, deep. In fact, Isner was, I think, expecting on the forehand. It really got him guessing. So we haven't had a deuce game in this entire set.
Well played. Approached the net successfully in engineering that point.
15 up.
A little bit of old school serve and volley.
Yes, Tim Henman would appreciate that, wouldn't he?
Up. Game.
Here's number 12 for Isner.
Isner is 5 games to 4, third set, 1 set all.
Holds his service game in impressive fashion, and will now, Mark, will really be looking to try and force a break, sneak a break, anything he can do just to nick this second set, which has gone with serve all the way.
Yes, indeed, the pressure is just marginally on Mahut, the Frenchman here, being serving the 1 game behind. So clearly the first couple of points on his service game will be key. Taking a little bit of nourishment there. It's a long match, a tough one. Just 8 points have gone against the serve in this set. We've had 9 games, so really not a lot of inroads have taken place on the return of serve. But it's at times like this, at this stage in the set, that things can go awry. Concentration has got to be really kept focused. There's a splendid view there of the grounds on this side of the All England. Masses of people here really enjoying the tennis. This court holds the crowd well. It's an excellent court to get the atmosphere for the spectators. It is. The crowd there you can see above the media centre just longing for a glimpse of this at this key stage in this match. Who's serving 4-5. He's placing his serve so well at the moment, the Frenchman. One right on the line. 13 aces to Isner's 12.
Good tennis, because Mahut did fantastically well to dig out that return from off his toes.
15.
Keep the ball in play. But Isner put it away nicely.
Isner will be kicking himself there. A little bit of a chance. He's in good position to make an impact with his forehand. They're points really which make the difference in a set like this.
What a winner. 8-stroke rally between these two players.
40-30.
Right on the line from Isner. So Mahut holds serve.
5 games old, third set.
Already mentioned that former winner of Junior Wimbledon back in 2000. A couple of years before that was a national champion. Both the under 15 and under 16 and under 17 and under 18 level in 1998. Court 18 now totally in shade.
Good point by the Frenchman here. This ball was at 3/4 court and it gave him a chance to be decisive, hit a good forehand. Started off with a good return of serve though, and that's the important elements here. Be looking for a good return, in fact, to get the ball back with interest.
Managed to get a racket on that.
15 on.
Isner had the entire court practically at his mercy. Chose correctly and put it away very well. Oh, the ace count
30-15.
is considerable from both players. That's his 13th.
Yes, Mahut just questioning that. Very close that serve, but he's accepting the call.
Good hustle from Mahut to get there, but couldn't control the shot.
Isner is 6-5, third set, 1 set up.
Isner holds serve. So Mahut looking to force a tie-break? Isner looking to nick this second set by forcing his first service break of the third.
Yes, there's a degree of comfort there for Isner at this stage. Did well to get that ball back at full stretch. It's a bit of a lifeless ball that is just short of the service line. Who having a chance here really to make the pass, but a clever little angled volley. And again, who has a chance really could have been up to that ball just a fraction quicker, and that shot would have been a much easier one down the line. So a quick change of shirt. Maybe it's a change of fortune for him. Let's have little idiosyncratic views about things, and so often that can alter the confidence level.
Time.
Some players don't like to walk on the lines. But the pressure just a little bit on Mahut again. He responded well on the previous service game because he's the one who's got to hold his serve to stay in the set. He has to put that out of his mind. But a fitting conclusion, I think, to the set will be a tie-break.
Both men's service games have been rock solid here in the third set.
Let for service. $15. $30. $15.
That's a case of self-defense and playing that volley straight at his body.
Well, it's the
Just
second
couldn't
time he's
control
done
it.
that in this match,
Sure.
and on this occasion it worked. He cut out any angle. It was a difficult one. He was closing in so fast to the net, so good tactics by Isner. Now a glimmer of an opportunity here at this stage. 30 all. It's the first time we've had 30 all in this entire set.
And Isner perhaps realizing, you saw his reaction,
40,
just
30.
what a big moment that was. Perhaps try and force a break point.
Games over. Third set tiebreak.
So the first tiebreak of the match. Both players doing a fantastic job with their service games. Who will prevail here? Isn't this a serve? to begin the tie break.
Mahut.
It's an inauspicious start for Isner. His tie-break record is pretty good. His career tie-break record 73-43. Mahut is 28-56. So on the basis of the stats, Isner should be winning this. It's quite a courageous second serve there by Mahut. Really put quite a lot of kick on the ball. Good depth with the serve.
Charged across the court in an effort to retrieve that ball, but just couldn't control the shot.
Well, it's a fine volley, this, at full stretch. He did well to anticipate that shot down the line there, the Frenchman. Isn't it quite quick enough to get to it? A good position for the Frenchman. He'll be looking to get one of the next 2 points here, just to consolidate his initial lead.
Oh my goodness. 127 miles an hour.
Yes, can you imagine serving a second serve, love 3 down in the tiebreak at that speed? It's amazing. He's done the job he needed to do, and that was to hold his 2 points. And the roles have now reversed. He'll be looking to get just one, if not both, of the points against the Mahut serve.
That is a good shot. This brings a mild celebration from Nicolas Mahut.
That's a solid volley, really, from behind the service line there, just inside the baseline. I think he had a slight palpitation of the heart there when he executed that shot as to whether it was going in, but it did, and well in. So it's 4-2 to Mahut.
Volleyed well during that rally. And the attempted deft forehand
4-3.
just got it wrong.
A slightly ambitious shot in view of the circumstances, but a good shot by Isner. Kept it low, made it tricky for him. A little bit of a sigh of relief, I think, for the American.
Wow, that serve up at 138 miles an hour.
That's a cracker. It sounded like it too. It really was a crack as he hit the ball. Or he didn't burst the ball, he hit it so hard.
Start of play today. That another one. My goodness, that's gone beyond 143 miles an hour. That equals his fastest serve of all time. And I was going to say at the start of play today, the Wimbledon record was 138. So if that speed gun is correct, could have just witnessed fastest ever serve here at Wimbledon. And what a response. Both men bringing the thunder. Booming aces from the rackets of Mahut and Isner. Well played by Nicolas Mahut to give himself set point.
6-5 Mahut.
A sensible serve, that wide one, taking the speed off the ball, allowing to get close into the net. That made the volley an easy one.
Some real pressure on the Isner serve now. Serving to stay in the set. Wow. How do you deal with that? Not even close to getting a racket on that.
6-all.
Well, that certainly was a cannonball of the serve as it cracked against the back netting. Really thundered against the canvas.
It's proving to be a real shootout here on court number 18. Both men's service games have been dominant. That serve up at 141 miles an hour.
7-6 Isner.
Well, the thrill of the tiebreak in this sort of situation is it now that it's Isner who has a set point.
Can he capitalize and nick the second set? Just hopping on the spot in anticipation
7-all.
because he saw how close that attempted return was, just wide. He's back to parity in the tiebreak once again. Good tennis. The lengthy stride of Isner ate up the ground to retrieve this initial volley.
8-7 Mahut.
But Mahut was equal to it. Anticipated well. Put that backhand volley away to give himself set point once again.
Goodness.
What an amazing return from Nicolas Mahut. On the backhand side of another thunderbolt to the serve from John Isner. But the anticipation was sensational. He leads 2-1.
7 games.
Carry on.
So Mahut eventually prevailing by way of a tie-break.
Is there any chance?
What high-quality tennis we saw displayed from both players in that third set.
Yes, the significant thing to my mind is the 22 winners for Isner and Mahut 20, though the one winner that he played on the match point sort of says it all, really. But a high-quality set, dominated really by serve, not any break points, as you can see, except, of course, the tie-break where both players had set points in the tie-break. Isner had one, and Mahut got it on his second set point. So that really was a spellbinding, thrilling set all told, and a little bit of a surprise, I think. Mahut now 2-1. The 23rd seed in the draw is got a struggle on his hands. He's not had a lot of success on grass. So of his 6 matches that he's played on grass, he's only won 1. So his experience is relatively meager in grass court terms, whereas Mahut has won 24 of his 17 encounters on grass. So there is a huge disparity in grass court experience.
What gets people so excited about Isner is the skill set and physical tools that he possesses, that if he could put it all together on this surface, he could be a real force to be reckoned with.
Well, I think the one thing that actually affected him, I mean, he had a couple of chances where he had to cover a lot of territory on the court, but being such a big man, didn't quite have the stability and the balance when he got to the ball to play the shot, which perhaps a smaller person might be able to play. And there were just the odd point here and there could have made the difference. I remember one short point there where he came up to that little angle volley from Mahut, where it was he played an angle in response. Mahut actually anticipated it. The match could have changed quite significantly, obviously, at that point in time. But the players at the moment have just taken a comfort break, I think it's described as, and I'm not surprised, really. It's reached quite a hiatus, this encounter, and officials will be going with them and making sure that things are carried out in the proper way, and the umpire there engaged in a bit of conversation. He's been enjoying this match. He's sort of smiling away. Mohamed Liani from Sweden, a very strong there's someone who's taking a great deal of interest, not just in the tennis but football as well.
As will Lindsay Davenport. Americans, of course, in England's group at the World Cup. Enjoying the proceedings here on court number 18. So Mahut heard that roar of delight as he put that phenomenal set point winner away.
Yes, one wonders how he felt when he saw that ball, you know, zipping, rocketing down the line. It must have been a wonderful feeling of ecstasy to see that ball going in for the winner and determining the set. Isner's now back. Both players, here is that return. That really was it's hit so flat. He managed to get it just at the right height, open the face of the racket, so the face of the racket met the ball in the most efficient way. Both players have been having some nourishment, anticipation that could go a long way still, this match. It's just the end of the third set. There's the feeling this might be a 5-setter.
Mahut to serve.
Isner would like nothing more. Neither player missing a beat. Isner just turning his palms upwards, saying to umpire Leani, I thought that was a little bit long.
Left for service.
Again, isn't it just asking the question? But it's Mahut's 21st ace.
Game,
Perhaps the first
game.
sign of frustration from Isner. Threw his racket to the ground after losing that service game to Love. Just testing the tension of the net as well as he approached his seat.
Yes, a little despondent. I think he felt there a couple of serves were very close and possibly were out, and obviously disappointed that he lost that third set. The crowd are sensing that he needs his spirits to be lifted there. He's giving a little bit of applause.
Going to have to get that third set out of his mind pretty quickly. Focus on the task at hand. He's going with serve. Here in the fourth. Oh my goodness. A fortuitous net cord in favor of Mahut. Just danced on the net cord and practically died. From his perspective, on the right side of the net.
Isner really on his heels there, not anticipating that at all.
Isner thought that was close.
Yes, he doesn't miss by much. This was just a fraction long. Not so dissimilar to the set point in the tie break.
Good shot.
Well, it's a brilliant forehand here.
15.
Isner. It may raise his spirits, give him some positive feelings there. It's a fine shot. Got to regroup mentally, I think.
15.
Ace number 18.
Service. Game is net. New balls, please.
Closes out that service game with another ace to make it 1 game all, going with serve.
1 game all, fourth set.
Here in the fourth. Playing for 2 hours now. These players took to the court. Brilliant sunshine was illuminating court number 18, now completely in shade. Perhaps slightly more comfortable for the players, and certainly from a visual perspective, don't have to deal with that tricky experience of the ball coming from the dark and emerging into the light. 2 hours of playing that test the energy and reserve levels of these guys now.
15 up.
Fantastic placement of serve once again from Mahut.
Up.
Isner just having a little conversation with himself on this near side of the court to our commentary box. Perhaps some positive reinforcement. That is an exceptional volley from Mahut.
14 up.
He hasn't faltered much on the volley, and again behind the service line, it's a high ball. He does well to get that ball away for a winner. Natural feel on that side.
Game close. Mahut is 2 games to 1.
23 aces. Nicolas Mahut.
A late 0 for points on serve in this set. Mahut has not been under any real threat on the return of serve. I think to a certain extent Isner has actually lost a little bit of resolve and a bit disappointed at having lost that third set. But excellent serving comes in. Keeps moving forward as he plays that volley. It hits the ball in front of him as he's moving forward. That gives us that little bit of extra impetus whilst retaining control. A good classic style backhand volley. But Isner, I think, requires a little bit of encouragement perhaps from some Americans watching, or some of his team who are at the side of the court. They're looking a little bit down at the moment. Not surprising.
But this,
Time.
among the most individual of sports, have to ultimately raise himself.
Well, it can change so quickly. That's the beauty of tennis. You've only got to hit a couple of shots, get a bit of luck, maybe a net cord. He had a net cord against him, but net cord for you, and then suddenly belief comes back and you get energized. It's fluctuating emotions in this game of tennis. I suppose it applies to all sport, but particularly the momentum can change so quickly in tennis.
Delicate touch demonstrated on 2 occasions from John Isner.
Not quite sure what sort of shot here Mahut was trying to play. I mean, if he got there, but to attempt to lob was ambitious, I think.
From Nicolas Mahut. The initial return sounded as though it was a missed hit.
15.
Well, he finishes it off with a delightful volley there. The shot. Perfect control.
So continues to go with serve. Very well played by both players. As Isner took that return so early, only in a flash. But the outstretched volley from Mahut.
Left for service.
That's a good winner. Produced from Isner.
15 off.
That's an excellent shot. He moves his feet really well, skips to the side of the ball to give himself the right space to play that shot, and that may give him a bit of a confidence boost.
Left for service.
Fifth double fault of the game for Mahut.
It's a long while since he served a double fault. So this next point becomes quite a significant one. Isner really will be looking to try to get this one. Pressure's on Mahut just a touch. And now it's a second serve. Nice to see this Isner as a real chance.
Another double fault.
14.
That's the exact pattern he followed in the first set when he was broken. Two double faults in succession gives Isner 2 break points here in the fourth. Good response
30,
from Mahut. Still facing break point. Deep volley from Mahut to force deuce.
Well, we have to credit Mahut with some fine volleying. He's really been almost faultless in this part of the court, and under pressure there, he really did successfully. He pounced on the net, he closed in. There's a little loss of rhythm on his serve. Another second serve here.
Well,
advantage Isner.
3 double faults in this game alone. Prior to this game, he had Only produced 3 double faults. Now the tally stands at 7.
Net for service.
Huge opportunity for Isner now. Break point on the second serve. Excuse me, the first serve after the let. A roar of delight from the Frenchman.
Well, it's a good return and
Use.
a fine shot under pressure here. He had to cover a lot of territory and find the right angle there, which he did. That was one of the best shots he's played in the entire match, given the circumstances. So 3 break points he saved.
Box.
So the 4th break point of the game
Isner.
for John Isner. This man has risen to the task on each occasion. Can he do so again? Set point on the second serve. Break point on the second serve.
Isner will be really kicking himself. He's somewhat disenchanted. He didn't actually get onto that. This is an opportunity, this game, that really he can't afford to miss. These 4 break points. His opponent served 3 double faults. And we're still at deuce.
Now that's an impressive return from Isner to force the 5th break point of this game.
Advantage Isner.
Quite get enough angle with that serve. Earlier on in the match, he'd been getting that ball, that serve a bit wider, more difficult to return. Now, can Isner get the break of serve here? Well, that was a golden opportunity.
And he knew it.
As he had time, it was his forehand.
Use.
Well, this is a bit of a nightmare game for Isner. And, who must be thanking his lucky stars.
Now gifted another opportunity.
Advantage Isner.
Break point number 6. As Mahut just lost his concentration completely.
We've said how well he's been volleying. This is really, that was a total mishit. He must be nervous. He must be tense.
Let for service. Use.
125 miles an hour. And ace number 24 for Mahut.
advantage, Isner.
7 very often is a lucky number for people, or they say.
In some cultures.
Lucky 7 is it for this man.
Huge opportunity now for Isner.
Yes.
Well, fails to take it yet again. 7th break point he has engineered. Mahut has found a response on each occasion.
This is certainly the game of the match.
Advantage. Mahut.
So now it's going to be the turn of Isner to find a response.
Remarkably, this is the first game point that Mahut has had in the entire game.
Wonderful return.
Yes.
Well, it's not a bad serve, this, but a fine return. He really got onto that. He had to crouch, he got behind it, drilled it down the line. So this game's still up for grabs.
Very well played by Mahut to give himself another game point.
He gets into the net very quickly here. That's the secret of this point from his point of view. So well inside that service line and then closes in even further to cover the shot down the line. Solid play.
How audacious was that on his second serve, producing an ace and staves off 7 break points in that game.
Mahut leads 3 games to 2. 4th set and by 2 sets to 1.
To eventually, finally hold, to lead by 3 games to 2 here in the 4th set.
Well, that has to be really disappointing, if not demoralizing, for Isner, the American. Mahut, immense sense of relief to have held that serve. Really, in many ways, he had no right to do so. Had 7 break points against him, but finished there off in style with that lovely ace down the middle. And so keen to get to the net to change ends, having faced that tirade of shots from his opponent. Well, that was a remarkable game. Some 20 points in that one game alone. It's the equivalent of 5 or 6 games of tennis that we've had preceding it. So interesting now to see what transpires from this, whether Isner can really regroup and make sure he gets his focus to hold his own serve, because that's his task now. Maybe quite difficult for him to put that last game out of his mind. It's a real test for him.
How will Isner respond to that test? Because the opportunities were there, he created them, but failed to capitalize.
50 love.
That's a good return
15
from
all.
Mahut.
Yes, he really jumped on that.
Fifteen.
Pausing.
Fifteen. 30. Thank you.
Well, umpire Mohammed Bayani just happened to ask somebody in the crowd to quieten down. Came in the middle of a rally as well.
Isner.
134 miles an hour for that ace from Isner.
3 games off set. Left for service.
Very clever from Mahut.
15 up.
Yes, he came into the net very, very quickly. He didn't want that ball to drop too much because otherwise that would become a really difficult shot to play.
Good rally. And a good finishing forehand from John Isner.
15 up.
Yeah, really up the tempo here in this point, Isner.
Will that perhaps be the spark to bring about a change in fortunes for Isner? Now that could well be the type of luck you were talking about, Mark. The net cord going in Isner's favour.
Yes, but he attacked that ball, didn't he? He's got different body language, as you say. He sparked into life. He looks a little bit more urgent now. Bouncing back.
30-40.
Called out.
Well, that was a difficult smash here because it was a mishit. He had to move. Well, he's way deep into the back court there. Ambitious overhead, really, but he felt probably had to go for that shot. Otherwise, he was in such poor position on the court to play the next shot. So that gives Isner another chance for a break. 7 break points in the preceding service game.
Made good ground with those gigantic strides. Got there in plenty of time. Couldn't keep the ball in play and get it over the net.
Just doesn't quite have the same hands as he is. His opponent Mahut, the same feel for the ball. Got other attributes, of course.
Advantage Mahut.
Having got himself a break point, a game point down. Just out. But no mistake from Mahut. Holds his service game.
Mahut is 4 games to 3, 4th set, and by 2 sets to 1.
Oh, just a slight amount of pressure on the serve of John Isner.
Yes, you're right. He has to hold on to this serve, otherwise his opponent's going to be serving for the match. And so you're right. There is just that little bit of pressure. And the fact is, too, he's had the last couple of service games of Mahut. He's really had the opportunity to make the break. And really, it was the little touch shot that gave him the real chance when he came up to that short ball. Really, if he had slightly better hands, as they say, perhaps he would have been now a break up instead of really struggling. Interesting, really, to get into the mind of Isner at the moment, see how he feels, because he's had this set in the palm of his hands and just cannot grasp it. Unfortunate from his point of view. Fortunately, it's a very clear night tonight, because very often at this time in the evening, play would be almost impossible because it would be so dark. Here we are coming up to 8:45. It's real, at the moment, still plenty of light, but I suspect if this match went to a 5th set, it wouldn't be able to be completed. Isner serving 3-4.
Oh, deep ground strokes from Mahut.
15.
And he's sensing how important this game is. All of Isner's fighting quality is now going to be put to the test in this service game. And Mahut is beginning to warm to his task. Just demonstrating little positive reinforcements, pumping his fist. Big opportunity for him now. Love 30 on the Isner serve.
Can
turn things around in a hurry with a 132-mile-an-hour ace. Number 25. Excuse me, 23 for Isner.
30 all.
Isner realized how important that service game was.
4 games all, 4 sets.
Gentle show of emotion from him. It's all tied here in set number 4. So it's Mahut who will perhaps feel the pressure ever so slightly now. Just long.
Love 15.
That's a good point, that both players hitting some really sound, solid shots. A little bit unlucky really with this one, just travelling fractionally long. Down to it so well.
$30-15. $40-15.
Good serve to the body. Adds a touch of variation and variety just to keep his opponent guessing.
Let for service.
So Mahut holds serve. And Isner will be serving to stay in the match.
Yes, he's done well to get himself into this situation. Mahut, when you consider those 2 games where he really was being scrutinized intensively by Isner, that's 7 break points on the one service game and then a break point on the subsequent service game. There's a good serve into the body there. He did well to lock that ball back, Isner, and Mahut recovers quickly as he moves forward here to play the backhand volley, and having moved forward, that volley becomes much easier than if he'd have stayed back on the service line. good natural instincts around the net, and that's been a feature of this match. The sun is now starting to get fairly low, and I suspect when the sun does fall a little bit below the horizon, it's going to get dark very quickly here. It's been a splendid day. The weather has been absolutely superb. It's possible there's still a lot of life in this match.
Isner looking to force a 5th and deciding set. Mahut looking to close out proceedings as quickly as possible. And evens the ace count, 25 apiece. Wonderful passing shot from Mahut.
There's a touch of brilliance here. He's very quick onto this ball. Early racket, taking the racket back early, gave him time to play that shot.
Third job.
Well, he hasn't had many double faults in the match. No, that's his 4th. And not the best of times to do it.
We're just skipping an anticipation in the backcourt. That's an impressive response from Isner.
40-30. Okay.
Closes out the service game with an ace.
5 games on.
Mahut doesn't like the call.
Well, on the replay, it certainly looks as though he probably hit the tee, but it was so fast. It's difficult to be absolutely accurate. The linesperson's in the best position to see it.
Come on, John. Was he ready for that serve? Understood.
Let for service.
Here's that final ace, perhaps not questioning the call, but not ready to receive it, perhaps.
15 love.
And he's responded well with an ace there.
Very good return from Isner.
15 on. 30-15.
Serve and volley being an effective weapon in Mahut's armory. Got that all wrong.
40-15.
Well, that's been an effective shot for Mahut in this match, that little short volley. It's dangerous against a lot of players, but against Isner, that's paid real dividends.
Mahut really senses that he has the momentum now. Look how quickly he got back to his chair. In comparison with Isner, who seemed to take all the time in the world. Rather despondent walk back.
Well, from Isner's point of view, he played a lot of good shots in that rally, and there the lob that he played, that normally I think would have been a winner, and he perhaps could have capitalized on that half smash that was played, and he allows him, the Frenchman, to get back into the rally again. And that shot was fairly ineffective because then Mahut was able to dictate and can take control of the point. But that was a real opportunity for the American, and so now he's put in the invidious or the difficult task. He's got to hold on to his serve to get into the tie-break, and then we're into the roulette situation of the tie-break, which he's got to win.
Just how large do those 7 break points loom in the mind of John Isner? That was one service game where Mahut staved off 7 break points. The following service game of the Frenchman, he faced another break point.
Love 15.
And a double fault to begin this service game. You hear that cannoning into the canvas at the back of the court. Another ace.
$30-15.
Well, from Mahut's point of view, love to try and get himself into a break point position here in this game. Isner still with game point. Closes the game. Ace number 28 at 132 miles an hour.
6 games all, 4th set, tiebreak.
And that ace brought about the tie break here in set number 4. Mahut to serve.
Mahut.
Well, Isner really taking his time in the corner of the court here. He needs to muster all his resources, I think. He can't afford to falter in one of the next 2 points.
One off.
Well served.
Mahut.
Double fault at a critical time here in the tie break. Hasn't served many. Mahut in the driving seat now here in this tie break.
3-1 Mahut.
Isner had a bit of a chance here because this volley didn't go away decisively and he's in good position. Didn't quite turn quickly enough there. He's a bit slow.
Oh,
You sense that might happen. He's
3-2 Mahut.
served a few double faults and tense moments.
and his 8th double fault of the match, as Mark has alluded to. All have come at critical junctures in the contest. Let's Isner back in here in the tiebreak.
Faults.
That's a fine serve, and this occasion comes into the net very quickly to dispatch that volley quite decisively. It's edgy tennis though at the moment, tense around this court. The spectators really quiet with anticipation and excitement here. Feels almost anything can happen.
Well played.
For free, Isner.
Yes, he did play well there because Mahut really launched himself into a couple of ground strokes. So now a little bit of pressure on Mahut. How's he going to serve? 3-4 down in this tie break.
Will this perhaps be another double fault from the Frenchman? Indeed it is.
5-3, Isner.
Well, at the next point, in this situation, he should make sure that he gets his first serve into play. May have to take the speed off of it just a touch. To have to face playing a second serve again will really put too much pressure on him.
And now, set point for John Isner. The most emotion we've heard and seen from him
6-3.
all game long,
Isner.
all match long.
Well, 5 points in a row have gone down the drain for the Frenchman. That's it. That's the set.
Okay. Top set, Isner.
So into a fifth set we go, as John Isner prevails in the tiebreak.
Please.
It's going to be interesting to see whether the match will continue at this stage. I suspect it may be that they will ask the players whether they want to continue. In fact, indeed, the officials, they're having a discussion here as to whether it would be appropriate at this stage to postpone the match and start tomorrow with the prospect of a full set.
Well, I'm sure if it was possible to continue, even though they've been playing for close to 3 hours, 2 hours 54 minutes now, this match in duration, but Isner would love to carry on.
The issue is, I think, that it's probably unlikely to be able to finish this match anyway. I suppose that's the discussion that is taking place. I agree with you 100%. Isner, having won the fourth, he's on a roll. He wants to continue. Having a discussion here at the centre of the court with the I think having a discussion as to whether they feel it's appropriate to continue. Obviously, the assistant referee there is indicating there's not going to be enough time to finish this match. It's going to get dark quite quickly.
Right, you would come back tomorrow, second match after 12 on the same court. So second match.
Men's match, or
I don't know, but you would be same court tomorrow, second match.
So it looks as though they're going to
Gentlemen, due to
conclude
darkness,
this.
play suspended.
Well, it couldn't be more evenly poised. 2 sets all. Fifth set will begin tomorrow here on court number 18. And so delicately balanced after some high quality tennis here in the first round of the men's singles competition. Starts off immediately in the vein which he was displaying all day yesterday. 124 miles an hour. Not an ace, but unreturnable.
Oh, that is well played.
Exceptional return from Mahut. Did well to get there, but it was so well placed. And then the passing shot, really impressive.
Very sharp early on.
Ace number 29 for John Isner.
30-15.
High speed as well. Well, wraps up his first service game. Quick time. John Isner.
First game.
3 aces. Moves the count to 31. Take big confidence from starting so solidly here in the opening game.
I mean, Mahut couldn't really do anything there. He played one fantastic point by getting the return back and was very, very sharp. But unfortunately for him, if Isner serves like this, it's going to be nearly impossible to break. There's no tiebreaker in the 5th and deciding set, so you have to win by 2 games.
Love 15.
Well, that's Mahut's 10th double fault of the game. And really, they have all come at critical junctures. There was an opportunity when he had the opportunity to close out the set, serve 2 double faults in succession.
15.
But that perhaps the only chink in his armory that was visible yesterday.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if that chink arises at the end or latter stages of this 5th set, you know, when it's 4-all, 5-all, 6-all, if we get to that sort of stage. And then we really see the mental powers or strengths of a player. Very dangerous moments here for Mahut. He's going to want to see another first serve, try to get an easy point here because he doesn't want to go down an early break in this 5th set. That could be curtains with the way Isner started this match in the 5th set.
Put away the volley nicely. And not that it's a weakness, but it's just the way he plays. But that was how Mahut engineered a lot of success yesterday. Just putting the 6'9" John Isner on the run with placement and precision.
Well, you just have to be solid because Isner's not going to be the best mover. It's very difficult to move well at 6'9".
50 love.
Wow, he has served tremendously well so far. That's ace number 4 alone in this set. What you can't see is what you can't return. In the moment, Mahut is just mystified. Oh, lovely return.
Fantastic from Mahut.
15 off.
He took a little guess here, anticipated this one well, and struck it beautifully.
Produced that type of shot to secure a set yesterday and brought a roar of delight. Clearly under different circumstances, but he's demonstrated that throughout the match. A second serve ace at 124 miles an hour.
Well, Sampras used to say, if you're not going after your second serve, you're not serving a few double faults, you're not doing the right thing. And it's a good play from Isner. Sampras used to be up to about 118 mile an hour average on a second. Very positive play.
Isner needs 2 games to 1 set.
So going with serve here at the moment in this 5th and deciding set on court 18. Just as the players take a break, a change of ends, take on board some nutrition and liquids perhaps. How much pressure will Mahut be feeling? He's serving well as well, but how much pressure will Mahut be feeling on his service game when Isner is serving in such dominant fashion?
Well, it does. It's a build-up, but the thing I've been very impressed from Mahut at the moment is when he's got a racket on, he's done something with the return. So that'll keep him in good stead. And he's just going to sit down and think to himself, okay, can John Isner serve this well for the rest of this 5th set? I'm going to get a chance. It's a matter of time. I have to be sharp every service game when I'm returning to be ready when that arises and just focus on my serve completely. And that is the key. Just concentrate on oneself, holding my serve, and wait for my opportunity when it arises. And as a top touring pro, that's what you have to do against a man who's serving that well.
Being pestered by an insect or bug of some sort is John Isner at the far end of the court. Won't leave him alone. Not the power in the Mahut serve that Isner possesses, but he's demonstrated wonderful placement all match long.
Well, it's also having the variety, whether you're slicing it or kicking it or mixing it up. You just want to keep your opponent off balance. And if you can hit the corners, it doesn't always have to be 130 miles an hour plus.
Who's 28th ace of the match.
And that was a very good example of that. 110 miles an hour, but very wide, short slicing serve. So clever serving. You have to have good variety if you don't have the height and power as some of the players.
Longest rally of the 5th set so far.
2 games over, 9 sets.
I don't think anybody's going to get worn out by these rallies. For them, a long rally is 4 or 5 balls, especially with the way they serve. It's going to be pretty quick. It's a difficult match because you have to really focus for points that are really sharp and short. You know, you're talking about 2 to 4 shot rallies at the most after the serve and the return. So you've got to be very sharp when it counts. Take a few chances.
2-2. That just reared up viciously into the body of Mahut.
Love.
Well, that ball was punished. A bullet-like serve and then a forceful overhead smash.
He makes the court look very small, John Isner, with his height. And that racket looks like a toothpick in his hand.
Just illustrating the point you made, Greg, that these service games not taking long at all, particularly when it's Isner serving.
Well, what's quite impressive about Isner, if you look at his game, for such a tall man, being 6'9", he moves pretty well as well. He's got good ground strokes. Actually, from the back of the court, he's very, very comfortable. He's got a good two-handed backhand, a very solid forehand, and he really knows how to use his game very well, and he's got a good variety and mix. And when he's serving like this, it's almost impossible to break. So, you know, he's got potential to definitely get into the top 10 in the world, and he's got a very good team of people behind him, a very experienced coach in Craig Boyton. So I think this guy will be the next American to be in the top 10. I mean, they've actually got a good group of kids behind at the moment. You got Sam Querrey, who won Queens last 2 weeks ago, actually, and then you've got John Isner as well, and you got the Andy Ruddock as well. So they've all got this sort of style where they're all big servers, they're all aggressive sort of players. So American tennis and their Davis Cup team looks very formidable at the moment.
That footwork, perhaps one of the vestiges of his basketball days. Not surprisingly, as such a tall kid, played basketball until around the age of 14.
Well,
then chose tennis. Had an incredible growth spurt at 16. The age of 16, put on 6 inches to end up at his current height.
It's not unusual for tennis players to play basketball. I used to play myself, and so did Boris Becker. So it's very good for the footwork. I have a feeling we could be here for a long time because both men are serving exceptionally well. It just doesn't look like there's any opening on either player's service game at the moment. And this is what makes it so intriguing. Who's going to blink first?
.31 aces for Mahut now.
Outskip. Mahut.
As you said, Greg, courtesy of the outstanding service games that we're seeing, not really a chance for the other player to seize on anything.
And the other thing as well is if a player has a question mark, there's no Hawkeye on this court. So unfortunately, if there's going to be some tight calls, you don't have that joy of being able to ask a Hawkeye whether you think it was in or out.
Both of these players really seeking the corners as well of the service court.
See, that's a very good return from Mahut because it's a block, it's a slice, so it stays low. So for a tall man, it's very difficult to deal with. And even if you serve and volley, you have to volley up. So I'd recommend Mahut to use that more often. It gives him a better chance of making the return.
This perhaps following the pattern we saw yesterday, because as the game progressed, Mahut appeared to adjust to the height and a kick and the speed of the Isner serve and played that shot to great effect on both sides, the forehand and the backhand. Is he getting his eye in here?
Thank you. Yeah. 30-15. 40-15. Please.
Well, new balls called for, because that set must have been thoroughly worn out from the power hitting we're seeing from both players. Going with serve at the moment.
A very quick set so far. I mean, only 21 minutes and we've already played 7 games. And getting new balls on top of that, it's only going to make their serve that much better.
Longest rally of the set has been 9 strokes. With the amount of aces being thundered down, frequently no rally at all.
This is a lovely court, actually, you know, because if you look right in front of you, that's actually television center where they have Sue Barker, I believe. That's the complex with the BBC. And you know, when you're seeing Sue Barker presenting and in studio, that is the studio right there, right beside court 18.
And the highlight show in the evening, presented from the rooftop, you can just see towards the left of the screen. So lots of good vantage points here on this court, and the spectators seeking them out, perched on the balcony, getting a bird's eye view of this intriguing contest between Isner and Mahut.
Please take a seat. Thank you. Place already. Thank you. 15 love.
Oh, that did look good. He does have a point there, but no hawk, as I was saying early on, so he can't make a call.
30 love. Love.
Another service game to love. Ties things up at 4 games all, going with serve in his 5th and deciding set. Quite remarkable. The number of aces being powered down by both players.
Well, we're nearly at 70 combined, just one shy of that mark. That's number 36 from Isner already.
$132 miles an hour.
Well, on the Isner serve, I mean, the total rally average is 1.93. Mahut is just slightly up at 2.29. I mean, that is old school grass court tennis.
So, no reason to suggest that Mahut is going to drop his serve, given how well he's opened this 5th and deciding set. But Isner now would be really looking to engineer something, make something happen, try and wrap the set up at this opportunity.
Well, the nice thing, as I was saying earlier on, you know, at this stage of the match, Isner now, if he's returning, instead of being break point, it'll be match point from now on in, and that's a big advantage starting to serve in the 5th set. But I've been very impressed with Mahut so far. He's been relaxed, he's been calm, he's been controlled, and he's really served very, very well. You know, that's what he's going to have to hold. He's going to have to hold his nerve from this stage in. And it's going to be a difficult ask because he's the one who's always serving last in this set. But I just can't see a break at the moment. Both of them have been exceptional.
Time.
Well, we have
sculptor.
We have cameramen from everywhere these days, I tell you, even from the top of the tower. Very still, that cameraman, I have to say. Very professional.
Got a steady hand.
Correction. First service.
As a player, you're like that when you get an overrule that quickly. As we can see, the ball did look like it was in. Just looked like it caught the back edge of the line. No complaints from Isner there.
The ace count just about even. Mahut 35, Isner 37.
They still have a long way to go, though, if they want to catch the Wimbledon record of most aces. I think it was Ivo Karlovic who was up at something like 62 in one match.
Good judgment.
Mahut.
Sensed that ball was going
5
long.
games all. Final set.
Well left. Ten games completed in just 30 minutes here in this fifth set. Really are getting through them in a hurry, because as Greg's already pointed out, rallies are virtually non-existent. Such is the dominance of the serve.
15 love.
There's that same return again, Greg, from the backhand side. The anticipation from Mahut, reaping dividends that time.
Well, let's see if he can win one more point on the Isner serve, because he's only managed 1 point each service game at best. 15 all. And that is the problem. When he gets a racket on, he can do something with, but he's not having much luck with that today. Ace number 39 already.
138 miles an hour. Now that is ambitious. To attempt to love a player 6'9". Wasn't too far away though.
Well, first time that Mahut's actually won 2 points on the serve of John Isner, but Isner's doing the right thing, taking a little bit more time, refocusing himself. He doesn't want this game to go to deuce, so he's really going to be deliberate on this point, and I'm assuming he's going to mix it up and go down the tee, because he's lost most of the points when he's gone out wide to the Mahut backhand. And he went back there. Mahut was thinking the same way as myself, because he did move for that forehand return.
Rooted to the spot.
6 games to 5.
So behind the count again. Isner will be trying to engineer a match point for himself. But both men have been rock solid in their service games so far.
Well, that's the first game. Mahut's actually got 2 points, got to at least 40-30, and then Isner, he's only managed to get to 30 as well. So neither one really managing to create many chances in this match so far. So I haven't seen anybody blink yet, and this could go on for quite a while. But this is where it just becomes such a mentally demanding match, you know. It's one of those matches where you've just got to stay calm and stay relaxed and just, okay, believe you're going to find a way. Very focused. A lot of players do that. They play with their strings just to keep their focus in themselves. Like if you look at Robin Sutherland, who's number 6 player in the world, he puts a towel over his head so he can get in the zone. Or they'll look at their racket strings and just put the racket strings straight, so then they get that concentration into themselves and really focus on what they have to do out there.
So Mahut to serve. 5-6 in the fifth set.
Showing us some really lovely feel here from Mahut. Really stays down well on that, very delicately played.
The forceful forehand from John Isner.
30-15. $40-15.
Just long with the attempted lob. The strategy of approaching the net, proving successful. And there we see John McEnroe, who actually tipped Isner as an outside bet at 66-1 to go all the way and take this year's title. The next morning, those odds tumbled to 50-1. So perhaps on McEnroe's endorsement, his odds shortening.
It looks like he's having an interesting discussion there on the balcony. He still enjoys practicing on the courts before the matches start every day.
Love.
Oh, that's very well played.
Delicate touch from both players.
40-15.
Clever construction from Mahut.
Right here, Mahut plays a very clever point because he puts it right in Isner's feet. Doesn't hit it too hard. The only thing you do is pop it up and it makes the easy volley. Don't always have to go through the man.
Box.
Mahut just hopping at the conclusion of that game. The attempted backhand down the line was just below the net cord. He realized perhaps what an opportunity that was.
Well, you're not getting too many chances or opportunities at the moment. I mean, you'd like to try to get to 30. You'd like to try to at least get a game to deuce right now. But with the way both these players are serving, the temperatures as well, and the change of balls every 7 and 9 games, it becomes very difficult. So your opportunities arise when they change the ball at 9 games, for example, on the 8th game, because the balls will be just a little bit fluffier, a little bit slower, and that's what these players are sort of waiting for. And it's very difficult at the moment when nobody's being able to make any sorts of inroads, because both these men are serving at a very high percentage at the moment. If we look at it, at the moment, Mahut is serving at 68%, while John Isner is serving at an even more impressive 75%. I mean, that is almost unstoppable.
How big a difference is there in the way the ball behaves when you have that change and get new balls? How big a difference do you notice as a player?
It is a massive difference usually, especially if you hit more ground strokes, because these guys are having very short points. But the ball it's just much tighter, it's much quicker, it slides to the court because the fluff of the ball hasn't expanded as much as it has because it hasn't been previously played with.
So Mahut to serve. 6-7, fifth set.
Love.
Second double fault of the fifth set from Mahut.
Just taking that little bit extra more time because he knows 15-all here. He really wants to make sure he plays a very good point here because any little slip up can be the difference today. Those are those little opportunities, and you can see the frustration from Isner there. In second serve, 15-all. You've got to make that sort of return. The opportunities are so low, and you can see from his body language, he knows it.
What a return. And John Isner managed to extend and get a racket on it, and the placement was superb.
I mean, this is a fantastic return. And had he made the last point, he would have had 2 match points, but back to 30-all now. Good comeback on that last point from Isner. Key moments possibly in this match coming up right now.
Controlled that point very well, did Mahut. He knows how significant that was, and just a couple of
40-30.
inward celebrations from the Frenchman.
He was very calm under pressure because that was a good return from Isner, and he held his ground and a lovely backhand on the half volley. That means his nerve is holding up.
Despite getting to 30 points in the game, Mahut still manages to hold his serve.
That second serve miss at 15-all could become very costly if he's to lose this match. Just those very little half chances that you have to make at this stage of the match.
driving forehand had Mahut on the back foot.
15 up.
Put away the volley nicely.
Well, that's just as fast as some players' first serve. 121-mile-an-hour second serve. That's why if you're going to make it in the big time, you've got to have some serious weapons, and Isner definitely does. Makes life a lot easier when you can serve your second serves that fast and that consistently, as we see his average second serve speed at 118 miles an hour. And that is very impressive.
Well, both men's service games almost metronomic.
18 to 7. Final set.
Closing them out in quick fashion. Have a change of personnel here on court 18.
Well, the ball girls and ball boys really do a good job at Wimbledon. They train throughout the year to actually become ball girls and ball boys, and they are of the highest standards around the world. You actually have a training camp for it, and the ones who do the best throughout the week, whether they're on court 18 as today or on center court or court number 1, they get shifted around. So the big goal for all these kids is to make it to finals day, and that is the big treat for them all. They do a tremendous job.
So opportunities very difficult to come by in this fifth, well, throughout this entire match, but in this fifth set in particular. Not a break point fashioned, nor a juice game. 30 points, the maximum that either player has obtained on their opponent's serve. As Greg has already illustrated and pointed out, half chance is critical. Perhaps seizing on a second serve. Anything just to get some points on the board, put the other man under slightly more pressure.
Oh, that's well played.
Loping stride, board Isner to the net, equal to the drop shot attempt net.
Love 15.
He's a little bit
played
too cautious with this volley coming up right here. It's too predictable. He's too far back to play it, or he had to execute a little bit better. It's made it very easy for Isner. Very, very solid from Mahut there. That's the sort of tennis he wants to play. Doesn't want to get too cute out there.
30-15.
Just not enough on that return. He has to go for a little bit more on that second serve return because it's just making it too easy for Mahut just to step in and attack it.
Good rally. And who comes out on top? Sent scurrying backwards with that overhead shot. Probably a rare occurrence for him.
8 games all, final set.
Well, nobody's really had any chances. It has been highly entertaining stuff here. Now with the new balls in play, it's going to be difficult to break.
So 8 games all. Isner to serve, 5th set.
15 up.
Got a little bit lucky there, Isner. Don't want to be playing that sort of touch shot. It wasn't a very good drop shot, and Mahut should have punished him for it. He had so many options. He could have gone anywhere with this ball. Chose the difficult one over the tall man.
Up.
41 aces for Isner now. And that record you talked about, still a long way off. But if this game carries on, could well be under threat. Well played from Mahut.
40-15. Isner leads 9-8. Final set.
McEnroe watching his outside tip for the championships.
Well, it's quite good for him to be able to go out there and watch John Isner, you know, his tip outside there and supporting another American out there. They have a lot of hope in America for John Isner to be one of the next stars of the game. And if anybody's going to tip them, John McEnroe is a good man to listen to.
So Mahut to serve. 8-9 in the deciding set.
Love. Taylor. Game 9. 9 games over. Final set.
The capacity crowd here on court 18 being treated to some high-powered tennis. Not much in the way of rallies or exchanges. Service games have been dominant. Who's scurrying across the baseline, not able to return that powerful forehand ground stroke from Isner. But umpire under serious bombardment to keep his wits about him.
That is just unplayable. You need to leave about half an hour early if you're going to make that return. And the angle and speed with that one, 124 miles an hour with that sort of angle, is almost impossible to return.
Ace number 44 to close that service game from Isner.
Isner leads 10 games to 9, final set.
It's going with serve.
Advantage with Isner at the moment.
Looks like Mohamed Lahani is really enjoying this match. He's from Sweden. He enjoys being on the tour. You see him on the ATP Tour most weeks as well, and he's quite a character. He really enjoys his jobs, and you can see he enjoys the game of tennis, and a lot of players really get along well with him. He's just letting the line judges know that they've done a great job as they exit the court.
Well, Mahut, given the skillful tennis that he's exhibited, Greg, ranked 148 in the world, been as high as 40 back in February 2008. But given the high level of tennis that he's demonstrated, what's preventing him from moving further up the rankings?
Well, I think it's been a little bit in part a lot of injuries. He's suffered a lot of difficulties from ankles to wrists to backs. And, you know, as a tennis player, that's what holds you back. On top of that, a lot of the surfaces these days are a lot slower. So, you know, it's a lot more rallies. The serve isn't as big as a weapon as it used to be. So, you know, it's much more difficult for the players to climb up there. And it also comes down to confidence and belief. And all those factors are probably one of the reasons why he's only been a career high number 40.
Those mental intangibles you talked about, which are so crucial at the highest level of sport.
But who knows, if he finds a way to win this match, it could help him get on that track again, back to getting up to around 40 in the world. You sometimes just need one good win, and all of a sudden things come good again.
Isner just looking inquisitively at the service line, thinking perhaps that was long. Instead, it's another ace for the Frenchman.
Very sharp from Mahut, because even though those balls were mishit, sometimes they can be very difficult to handle. It just shows he's really focused and concentrated. It's well played.
Left for service.
Double fault from Mahut, number 12. 30 points on the board for Isner. Saw him wobble at crucial moments yesterday in terms of double faults. Now, are we likely to see another one here? Saw 2 double faults in succession yesterday.
You called it. That's that little bit of nervousness which we talked about to create match point for John Isner.
First break point of the 5th set.
30-40.
It indeed brings up match point. Can Isner capitalize? Impressive response from the Frenchman. Brings it back to deuce.
Well, you've already pointed it out, Greg. On the second serve,
Advantage Mahut.
doesn't get the ball into play.
That's a really crucial moment in the match. You've got to make those forehand returns. Only 96 miles an hour. Put the pressure on your opponent. He didn't succeed.
The opportunity was there for Isner. Couldn't capitalize.
10 games all, final set.
How costly could that prove to be? How much will that play on his mind? How does he play this now, Greg? Does he have to forget it and move on? Pretend
Well,
it never happened?
as a tennis player, you need short-term memory. So you just got to move on, forget about it. It's 10 all, you're still serving. Just take it a point at a time. And that's why he's taking that extra time. I'm sure he'll be fine. He's been serving exceptionally well. And that always helps the memory loss. Ace number 45.
Well played, John Isner. Showing good variety in his ground strokes on that rally.
Isner leads 11 games to 10, final set.
So one of the iconic structures of the London skyline now. I think initially it was just put up what was intended to be temporarily the turn of the century, but now become a permanent fixture there on the River Thames.
Have you been in it before, Ron?
Once. And it's a fantastic view, and it's really slow, and you get time to take it in. Just don't know who you're going to be sharing the pod with. So unless you go mob-handed, you could have people you perhaps don't get along with.
And there with the four chimney stacks, we see the Battersea Power Station as well. So lovely views of London.
Time.
The tourist sites of the capital a million miles away from the minds of these two players. Each one seeking to find the breaking point of the other. But they have found answers to every question that is being posed to them so far. Isner forced a single break point to bring up match point in Mahut's previous service game. Can he repeat the trick and go one better? Mahut to serve, 10-11 in the deciding set.
Love.
Swerve and slice and kick on that ace. Number 39 from the Frenchman. Well played.
40 love.
Left Isner with no chance. That forceful backhand volley.
Well, when you avert a mini crisis having saved a match point, you just all of a sudden relax again into your stride, and that's what Mahut's doing so well.
Well, it was finished authoritatively. What we saw was a rarity in the context of this match. A rally.
40-15.
Only 6 shots long. But that is epic in terms of the short, succinct games we've been seeing to date. Another double fault. Number 6 in this 5th set.
Well, he's doing the right thing again, taking a little extra time, making sure he gets a first serve here. He doesn't want to get back to deuce in this game.
The O2 Arena.
11 games over.
Initially the Millennium Dome, and again another permanent fixture on the London skyline and home to so many world-class events, sporting events as well, Greg, including the end-of-year tennis tournament.
Yes, they have the O2 World Tour Finals there with the top 8 players in the world, and also tonight you can see Bon Jovi live in concert there as well.
This game may still be going on, so if you've got a ticket, Greg, you may want to speak to a tout.
Well, we still got a long time to go for the Wimbledon record. We're only on 4 hours and 8 minutes. And this set so far has been 74 minutes, so I think I might make it.
Well played. Who adjusted well to the net cord, which adjusted the trajectory of the ball.
Here he thought he had a little less time. He got there with plenty of time. He should have actually driven that forehand. And this is what allowed Isner to win the point.
What a serve. How did he create that angle to put it so far wide?
Well, when you're 6'9", it's a lot easier. I mean, the angle he hits the ball down is 3 meters plus, so that's what's so difficult about playing a man of his height.
Ace number 48.
There we can see Wembley Arena in the distance. The England team sure did well in qualify when they were at Wembley, but Today in the football against Slovenia, it's still 0-0 for all of you that are watching us here on the red button on BBC.
There's still an interested observer. What is becoming a marathon fifth set here on court 18.
Well, these are the sort of matches you want to watch because there's a lot of intrigue. We're at 11-12 in the fifth set. He's watching a fellow American who he's tipped as an outside bet. And he's doing the right thing, sitting and supporting John Isner here. And this is intriguing because there's not a lot of long rallies, but it comes down to the drama right now. This match could finish on this game or it could keep on going for another hour or two. That's what makes it interesting.
This hit just long from Isner.
I'm just imagining him saying to himself when you see John McEnroe picture, "You cannot be serious, I missed that return."
Well, chances just not being presented because both men are serving so well. Really get a chance to see just how impressive this entire complex is, constantly being improved and developed.
15 love.
Ace number 50 from Isner. Karnovic's record, Greg.
Could be in jeopardy if this one goes a lot longer. Half a century of aces is pretty good.
Isner leads 13 games to 12, final set.
So still continuing to go with serve. Just one break point engineered. This lengthy fifth set was by this man. Brought up match point for him at 10-9 after two successive double faults from Mahut.
Look at the ace count there. That's 50-41. And if you'd win a set 6-love and win every single point, that would actually be 48 points. So that is an impressive statistic there. And I believe the record's around 62, if I'm correct, with Karlovic. So if this match keeps on going the distance, we could see a new record of aces at Wimbledon. But so far, Isner has created one break chance, and he just doesn't look like he's been threatened whatsoever on serve. He's only got to 30 on 2 games in this set from Mahut. So at the moment,
Time.
your money has to be on the American.
So Mahut to serve. 12-13, 5th and final set.
Love. All.
Could be the moment
15,
where
13.
he actually breaks through in this match. Crucial points coming up here, 15-30. Boy, would he love to see another second serve. That was excellently played from Mahut. Very quick a foot there to that volley.
Who just made sure by putting away that volley.
40,
appeared
30.
to be going wide and did well to recover from the net cord.
Well, they have a rule, when in doubt, play the volley. The ball was definitely going out, but he wasn't taking any chances.
Game. Mahut.
What? You did not hear a leg. I mean, they heard a leg. I mean, that's shocking. The ball hit the net.
Isn't this saying it
13
was a
games on.
hit the net? Then a let call.
The problem you have is you don't have a person calling let anymore, so you have an electrical device, and the chair umpire, Mohammed Lihani, has to basically go with what's happened out there and go with the machine, and if he hears it, then he can overrule, but he wasn't confident enough to do so.
Heard what Isner thought of that non-call.
15 love.
134 miles an hour.
been no letter in the power and pace of the Isner serve.
Out. 30
Just
love.
wide from Mahut.
Fault. Linesman call.
No. 119 miles an hour on his second serve after serving what he thought was an ace.
40 love. Isner.
Powerful ground strokes from the American to close out the game.
Isner leads 14 games to 13. Final set.
So Isner just as cool as could possibly be, and he hasn't blinked once for the duration of this fifth set. Never in the slightest amount of trouble on his own serve. Managed to engineer that one break point, but he's been really impressive in the manner in which he's dominated with his service game.
Well, he's the one who's creating more opportunities, and also having started to serve first in this fifth set has turned out to be a massive advantage. So he's the one out there who looks like he's the one who's going to come through at the moment. But Mahut has held his nerve, saving that one match point, doing the right things out there. But there could still be a very, very long way to go in this, because both men are standing very tall at the moment.
As we pointed out, Mahut, no stranger to contests of this duration. In qualifying, beat Britain's Alex Bogdanovic 24-22 in the third and deciding set in a match it took 4 hours for a 3-set match. Engaged in a similar type of tussle here on court number 18. Serving at 13-14. Very well played from Mahut. Almost appeared casual.
15 love. Let to a service. Thirty love. Fortila.
His body language looks a little bit poor at the moment from Isner. He's just got to keep his head up. He's holding serve, no problem. Don't give that little bit of an extra lift to your opponent.
Okay, Mahut. Fourteen games all, final set.
As Mahut picked up on that slight change in body language exhibited by Isner.
Love 15.
It's been a long while since Mahut's been able to win the first point on the Isner serve. Very good low slice for the big man. It's very difficult to handle. Can he make anything out of this? Be hoping for at least a second serve here.
People in the stand overlooking the baseline in danger.
15 up.
As that overhand smash dropped from the sky. Immense power from the American.
30-15.
I think Mahut's hoping more than anything there. That was definitely good. Which created ace number 52 for Isner. I think he's more hopeful. Sometimes it's good to make a point to the chair umpire like that, because sometimes it'll work out for you in a close call when it comes to the end of the set. They might go your way.
$40-15. Okay, Isner. Isner is 15 games to 14. Final set.
Well, this fifth set going for over an hour and a half now. Still going with serve. Very few chances created by either player. But Isner enjoying the advantage of serving first. Sun-drenched conditions here on court 18. That an invaluable bit of shade.
And also the man in your picture with the blue top is Terry Tulane, who's been working with Mahut as well with the white shorts on. He used to be a former top 10 player himself, so very experienced sort of coach.
Time.
So Mahut to serve. 14-15 here in the fifth set.
$15 love.
Isner rooted to the spot.
30 love.
That accurate ground stroke on the forehand from Mahut. I thought that was a good return from Isner.
40 love.
But Mahut just engineered a beautiful shot.
Well, just showing that physically he's very strong because he's very stable with the legs. They're very, very controlled. Very impressive game so far from Mahut.
Forty 15. Game. Mahut. Fifteen games on. Final set. Fifteen up.
Are we still waiting for your cue? Understood. Well, welcome to Court 18, where you join us in the middle of a fifth-set marathon between the American 23rd seed John Isner and the French qualifier Nicolas Mahut. 15 games all here in set number 5. Been playing for over an hour and a half here this afternoon. Both men's service games have been rock solid.
30 love.
Isner did manage to engineer one break point to bring up match point at 10-9. But Mahut responded well, closed out his service game. Other than that, no opportunities to speak of. Aces being thundered down by both men.
Love.
And Greg Rosetsky alongside us in the commentary box, and you've been hugely impressed with the quality of tennis on display here this afternoon.
Game. Isner. Isner leads 6-15. Final set.
It has been a very interesting battle today. I think John Isner has the advantage having started to serve first in this fifth set. He's only been taken to 30 on 2 occasions in this set. Well, as you said earlier, he's had one match point as well. And Mahut, being player who has to serve second, you know, is up against it a little bit today and hasn't been able to make any sorts of inroads into the Isner serve. But it has been intriguing. It's been one of those sort of old-style grass court matches where serve has been very, very dominant, very few rallies, but very, very entertaining.
Frenchman has demonstrated perhaps more variation in his game. He's chipped and charged the net and volleyed well at the net as well. Had most of his success just putting Isner on a run ever so slightly. The 6'9" John Isner.
Time.
Perhaps mobility not the biggest strength of his game, but he has some other mighty weapons in his arsenal. So Mahut to serve. 15-16 in the 5th and deciding set. Just a little bit of a rarity that for Isner to take the first point on Mahut's service game.
It's all set up by the excellent return of serve there, and that makes it easy forehand in the corner.
15 up.
Perhaps a half chance again near Greg.
30-15.
Those are the sort of half chances that Isner has to take, but Mahut played the half volley very, very well there.
$40-15. Okay, no. 16 games on, final set.
Well, as you can see, this set going so long that records may be under threat here in the men's singles tournament.
Well, we've already had one record today, and that's by John Isner, who's actually served 53 aces. The previous record was 51.
Back in 2005 in the first round. Mahut pumping his fist in celebration, because it's he who takes the first points on the Isner serve. But Isner just taking his time, and he's been unflappable throughout this 5th set, Greg.
He has been very impressive.
$15 up.
Duration detail again.
A little bit of pressure on the Isner serve now.
This is the
15-30.
This is the biggest opportunity Mahut has had since the first Isner serve his game in this 5th set. Second time he's gotten to 15-30.
Third. 40-30.
That ace at 137 miles an hour. Number 54 for Isner.
Game Isner. Isner leads 17 games to 16, final set.
Well, deep into this 5th set, marathon match, and Mahut, the French qualifier, 28 years old, had one of these during qualification. 3-set tussle against Alex Bogdanovic, Britain's great hope, and that 3rd set went to 24-22. 4 hours long for a 3-set match. Could well be approaching something similar here, Greg, if this continues.
Well, it does. I mean, there's very few break points, only one break point, which was a match point. This duration of this set alone has been 108 minutes so far, and very few opportunities. With this warm conditions and the balls flying through the air quickly, it's very difficult to get the break. And the record, I believe, is 2018 in the 5th set. That is the longest 5th set they've had in a men's draw at Wimbledon. So
Time.
that record might be at stake.
Could well be under threat. The spectators here on court 18 just seeking some shade from the baking sun. Glorious conditions for tennis here at Wimbledon. Mahut to serve 16-17 in the 5th.
Love.
That's ace number 43 for Mahut. Slightly less powerful than the American, but wonderful placement and precision on his serves.
Love. Love. Mahut. New balls, please.
Ace on a 2nd serve.
17 games on, final set.
Well, what a beautiful day at Wimbledon it is today. Couldn't be absolutely perfect conditions. And it looks like we might actually break that record. New balls have just been put in play, which is going to make the serve even that much stronger.
Neither man has blinked so far. Going with serve. Oh, just got himself into a bit of an unconventional position. And that 117 miles an hour second serve from Isner.
Well, he has been averaging about 119 miles an hour on the second serve, so it is very difficult to return. And the body serve works very, very well at times.
Mahut just kicking himself because he failed to capitalize on a second serve that was relatively down at 105 miles an hour from Isner. Only could find the net. Mahut's racket fairly buckling under the forceful forehand being exhibited by Isner. What a winner. From behind the baseline, incredibly accurate forehand from Isner.
Isner leads 18 games to 17, final set.
Beautiful blue skies over southwest London. Fantastic setting for tennis. Ideal conditions as well. Played against a beautiful backdrop of the All England Club.
Well, it is a great day for the tennis players. There's not much wind. It's sunny. It's hot. It's absolutely ideal. And this match is getting more and more intriguing. It's been going with serve very easily in this fifth set. And it looks like we're getting very close to the 2-hour mark for this set. We're only 6 minutes away from that, and we could have a record, and I think we will.
Spectators finding various vantage points high up on the terrace garden there. Himself an elevated view down onto court number 18.
Time.
Being treated to some high-powered tennis. So it continues to go with serve. Mahut at a slight disadvantage from that point of view. It's the Frenchman to serve 17-18 here in the fifth.
Love.
46 aces for the Frenchman now. He too could perhaps surpass the previous record of 51. Continues to serve in this vein.
Let for service. Love.
It's really not too much you can do about it. Both men have been rock solid on their serve today.
Love. Game. Out.
A metronomic service game from Mahut. Game to love.
18 games all, final set.
We are tied once again.
Well, at worst case scenario, we will tie the record now. I think we're going to surpass it today.
Love.
One of the few errors we've seen the American make on his ground strokes.
Well, at this stage of the match, it comes down to the one who just wants it a little bit more, because they've been on court a long period of time today. Fifth set, mentally very, very demanding.
Well, a glimmer of an opportunity here for Mahut now. Well, that is some response.
Just looking a little bit lethargic out there, John Isner. Very deliberative, very much just going around the court very methodically. Just to get that energy back a little bit.
Game Isner.
Ace number 55 to close out that game. And there, Greg, an illustration just how quickly he can turn things around with that forceful weapon in his armory.
19 games to 18. Final set.
Well, it is a big advantage to have a serve like his. I mean, he is 6'9". I mean, when he makes contact with the ball, he'll be about 3 meters at the top of it. And also the angle he can create on it. So it gets him out of a lot of trouble because physically he looks like he's struggling a bit at the moment. And that serve has really helped take the burden off him in that game. But can he continue to come through that? Because the problem I'm seeing for him at the moment is, you know, return-wise, he's not moving on to the ball as well, and he just has to take a little bit of a chance there. Well, if you look at Mahut in the picture, he looks a lot more fresher. He looks a little bit more focused at this stage. And having come through qualies and won a match 24-22 in the deciding set. That'll put him in good stead.
Here we see
Time.
friend and colleague John Inverdale. It's not, well, I was going to say it's an intriguing match, but John just enjoying the sunshine, taking in the proceedings up there on the terrace garden. John McEnroe was an observer from a similar type of vantage point earlier on. And of course, McEnroe on BBC television tipped Isner at 66-1 as his outside bet for the entire championship. Odds tumbled to 50-1 the next morning after McEnroe made that proclamation. And the body language of Isner just slightly more hangdog, as you've already pointed out, Greg.
Well, with Isner's body language being so low, you either do something, you get some electrolyte drink, you get some sugar, you try to get your body going by jumping up and down, just to show your opponent you're there and you're not lacking that energy, because this only helps Mahut.
Half a century of aces for Mahut.
Game. 19 games all, final set.
So over 2 hours now for this fifth set. Fatigue could well become an increasing factor, both mental and physical. Isn't it a serve? 19 games all. Put away the volley nicely.
15 love.
That play has worked very well from the body serve, just to give him the easy high forehand volley. So still thinking very clearly out there.
Second serve, 119 miles an hour directly into the body.
30 love.
It's a good play that, you know, he's done back-to-back serves with that, because Mahut is standing in trying to take the ball early. If somebody does that and you hit them with the body, it's very difficult to handle.
$30-15.
Struggled to pick up the backhand on that occasion.
You just feel like if Mahut can get into the rally, he's going to win most of them now.
40-15.
And that perhaps the reason why rallies have been a scarce commodity here in this fifth set, Greg. Less than 2 strokes per rally on the Isner serve.
Game Isner. Isner leads 20 games to 19. Final set.
Well, we finally have a new record here at Wimbledon, because this one's going to at least go another game, if not longer. And by the way, it looks at the moment, it's going to go a lot longer, because nobody is managing to establish any sorts of break points. There's only been one in this set. At the moment, Isner is serving so well, even though he looks like he's fatiguing out there. But unfortunately, when you're fatiguing like that, it's very difficult to return. He's going to hope Mahut gets a little bit nervous in these closing stages of this match.
Isner just putting the hat to the back once again. And having played for this long, Greg, in this fifth set, over 2 hours, where does he find that physical energy from? Is it something he can summon up? How effective will the electrolyte drinks and nutrition be in giving that little boost?
Well, I think it comes down in between the ears, because mentally you can lift yourself, and the match is over 2 days so far. So, you know, they played 4 sets yesterday. They had to sleep the night and then come back for today. So 2 hours shouldn't be too much for these players, and they should have enough energy to push through. It can be more the mental frustration of not taking that match point when he had it. He just has to forget about that and get himself going.
So 19-20 on the Mahut serve here in set number 5.
Love 15.
That was a very nervy sort of forehand volley. He just snatched at that. Those are the sort of volleys you have to make on.
$15.
Wonderful tennis. It appeared to be a wonderful return from Isner, but Mahut just managing to pick it up off the turf, and the placement was superb.
30-15.
I don't think he meant to be this good with it. He will admit that was very lucky. But sometimes you need a little bit of luck, and he got it.
$40-15. Yep. $40-30. game, Mahut.
So Mahut moves to 51 aces.
20 games all, final set.
That equals the old record, which has been surpassed by John Isner. His ace count stands at 56. No self-defense required once again on that attempted backhand from Mahut. Wonderful. Raking cross-court backhand passing shot from the Frenchman.
15-all.
Very sharp here from Mahut, because that was an excellent serve. Just the calmness of this shot and control at this stage of the match is very impressive.
$30, 15.
136 miles an hour. Absolutely no let-up.
That's the problem with playing Isner. You can play a good shot or play a good point, and then you just have no play on the ball. It's very frustrating as a player.
40, 15.
It's such a distinctive sound. The racket off the turf and then cannoning it into the canvas at the back of the court.
Isner.
Well, the Frenchman took evasive action, just got himself out of harm's way.
Isner leads 21 games to 20, final set.
Well, the only thing for Mahut, when somebody is serving actually this well, what you have to be able to do is change your stance. Sometimes give a serve away, whether it's down the tee, stand a little further back, stand a little closer in. So you've got to find a solution. Well, here we see Isner hit the body of Mahut, and he needed to take evasive action. He was in a lot of trouble there. Trying to stand in on that one was a little bit dangerous.
Looking like a tail ender at the crease. Under bombardment from a snarling fast bowler.
Well, I think I'd rather be hit by a tennis ball than a cricket ball.
Fair point.
Time.
So Mahut preparing to serve. 2021. In this marathon struggle of a fifth set. Both men have displayed admirable ice-cold temperaments.
Oh, what a shame. Played the perfect
15
point. Just couldn't make the lob. just going to be one key moment here or there that's going to make the difference and decide this match.
Chances, half chances even, have been at an absolute premium. Very few and far between. Will Isner jump on this second serve? Nice disguise on that drop shot. And again, Isner
30 love.
Just foot slugging his way around the court now. Well, just taking advantage of the big man because his movement isn't his best thing and he's just trying to tire him out a little bit. But this is very well executed, a very delicate shot, played very well. But when you get it wrong, it doesn't look very good.
Attempted the same tactic for a second time.
30-15.
In quick succession. Unable to execute as he would have liked on that occasion. As we've pointed out,
40-15.
Movement around the court, perhaps not Isner's best asset, but there's been a marked decrease with the ease with which he is moving around the lawn, Greg, as this contest has gone on. Not surprising, having played for over 2 hours in this fifth set.
Game, Mahut. Games on, final set.
Mahut, by contrast, most imperceptible if there has been any drop-off in his movement and dynamism around the court.
Let for service. Love.
Fantastic forehand from Isner. Practically stood and delivered, just planted his feet, slapped it towards the sideline.
Love. Love.
Just putting Mahut
New balls, please.
On the run in the final point of that game.
Isner leads 22-1, final set.
The iconic London skyline in the distance. Millennium Eye, Battersea Power Station, all along the River Thames. But this slugfest taking place in southwest London.
I mean, just to make things a little bit more difficult to break, the new balls are coming out as well. I mean, these men are serving well enough. Why don't we just keep the old balls in play? This might never end this match at this moment. It is just going on and on and on. Both players have just given no corner.
Well, this game going on for so long that records are tumbling and others under threat. We've already had the most aces in a game. The old total surpassed by both men. Isner on 58, Mahut on 52. Already in store, the previous record was 20 games to 18. This has clearly gone past that. And in terms of duration, 5 hours, 28 minutes. Back in 1989. Widskin versus Holmes, and this game now approaching that duration. Just a few more minutes to go. Oh! Well, I'm not sure whether that was by design or perhaps a little bit fortuitous, but it was too good for Mahut.
15.
I think he kind of took a little bit of a risk there and really just timed that ball very, very well. Excellent return from Isner.
Now,
15 off.
just lost his footing ever so slightly.
You can understand the frustration, but look how worn that grass court is on the back, and that's why he loses his footing. No grip on the shoes.
$30-15. Let for service. $40-15.
Wow.
There's nothing wrong with that play going at the man. Mahut's absolutely fine, but it was the let court, and that's why he got hit. But that's a good tactic
40-30.
when you don't have the angle to play with, and the let court is what put him off here. That's why, unfortunately, he got hit in that hip. He'll be absolutely fine. It's not like you're getting hit by a cricket ball or something like that.
It brings to mind body line or images of fast bowlers. Very well played. That serve and volley to close out the service game.
22 games all. Final set.
It was quite interesting there because Isner looked over to his coach, Craig Boyton, and he said, okay, John, just stay calm because I think he's losing a little bit mentally out there because he cannot believe it's going to 22 all. So, you know, the coach has done the right thing, just told his man to calm down, concentrate on your serve, and get back to business.
Well played. Good tennis. Isner put the volley away.
15 love.
But in retrieving it, seemed to be a considerable effort for him, Greg.
Well, it was, and unfortunately for him, he has that 6'9" reach, and that really helped him out there.
Ace number 59.
30 love.
Well, there's been a subtle change in body language here, because the Frenchman Nicolas Mahut is bouncing around behind the baseline in anticipation of receiving serves. Isner, on the other hand, just appearing slightly more fatigued. Each movement requiring slightly greater effort. Who perhaps sensing that was a half chance, a half opportunity. Couldn't get the second serve in play. That's how quickly Isner can end a match.
Isner leads 23 games to 22. Final set.
Crushing forehand to the backhand side to close out that service game.
But sometimes it can be very difficult to deal with an opponent who looks a little bit lethargic out there, because you're not sure if he's playing possum and he's feeling really that badly. But Mahut is doing the right thing. He's keeping his body language up. He's not worrying about Isner too much and just getting on with it. But this is going to come down to who wants it that little bit more, and who can have that little one moment of genius to find a way to break through on the serve today, because we've been going for a long time, over 2 hours now in this set, and so far we've only created one break point. So this has been high standard and very, very good serving. I mean, with both men serving over 50 aces, I mean, that is just excellent.
Only a single threat of a break point.
Sometimes you have some of the best matches on the ground courts, and that's what's really happening here today on court number 18. Lots of fans out there watching the tennis.
So Mahut to serve, 22-23, this epic fifth set. Very well played.
If I was Isner there, I think I would have gone into the forehand side, because that backhand from Mahut has been sensational today.
Love.
deep ground strokes from Mahut.
40 love.
Just putting Isner on the run, proving to be a successful ploy.
Again, no. .23, game solved, final set.
Well, they're 1 minute shy of tying the record at 5 hours and 28 minutes, and it looks like we're going to have a new record of time. Last one was Todd Witskin versus Greg Holmes. It was actually 2 Americans in 1989. And it was only 14-12 in the fifth.
.15
This now the longest ever set at Wimbledon. So the record's continuing to tumble. Still no result in sight.
30 love.
And the way Isner's serving, that aces mark could be his for a very long time indeed. Ace number 60. Marvelous anticipation from Mahut. Jumped on net in an instant.
30-15.
Smack the return deep into the corner.
.40-15.
Well played from Mahut.
.40-30.
Isner again just losing his footing on that bald patch of turf at the back of the court. And 30 points on the board for the receiver, a rarity in this fifth set, Greg. Now,
He's finding a little bit of inspiration here in Mahut. First time to deuce in this set.
Deuce on the Isner serve. In the context of this match, this is a huge opportunity for the Frenchman. But what a response from Isner.
Advantage Isner.
This is the problem with Isner. Sometimes you just have to pick a side and hope you get lucky, because he's been serving exceptionally well. When push comes to shove on the big point, it has been there for him today. Oh, that's delightful.
A 6'9" John Isner had just been lobbed. And I can't imagine that's an experience he's encountered very often in his professional tennis career. Wonderfully executed from the Frenchman. Back to deuce.
Advantage Isner.
Under bombardment once again. 136 miles an hour.
Isner.
Wonderful delicacy demonstrated by Isner.
Isner leads 24 games to 23. Final set.
And his service game utterly impenetrable to this point.
It has been very, very impressive. We're already at 159 minutes. This is a marathon fifth set, the longest in Wimbledon history. Right here, you see Mahut getting hit because he has to pick a side. So Isner does the clever thing, serves down the middle, misses it fractionally. There's no way for him to get out of there. That must have hurt a bit.
You say it's not a cricket ball, Greg, and you're thankful for that fact. But he's coming down at 130, 140 miles an hour, which is faster than the top fast bowlers generate. Still going to come keen.
Well, I've been very impressed with Mahut today. I think mentally he's really stuck in the match. He's been very, very calm, very controlled. He hasn't let things bother him, and he's kept his nerve, which historically, when push comes to shove, he usually folds a little bit under the pressure, but he has been very, very impressive.
Only chinks that have been visible in his armor in this match. A couple of double faults at critical junctures, including the one that brought up a single match point, single break point that Isner was able to engineer. Other than that, he too has been absolutely solid in all aspects of his game, particularly the serve. 23-24 in a deciding set.
Let for service.
Just wide.
Not 15.
Sporting apology from Isner. But the net cord went in his favor.
But sometimes you need a little bit of luck, and this could be the moment in the match where it turns to John Isner's side, because that was an exceptional volley. And this could be the defining moment of the match.
$15-30.
Isner shrugging his shoulders, not quite sure who he's addressing.
Well, it's his coach right in that corner, Craig Boyton, and I think it's just a frustration. He's creating opportunities, but just not being able to take any chances. But you have to credit to this man in your picture, Mahut. He's come up with the goods on most occasions.
More frustration being demonstrated
40-30.
by Isner. Perhaps realizes what a big moment he had created. Has it passed? Can he force deuce?
Deuce.
Both players right now doing the right thing, just taking a little bit of extra time so they really know what they want to do here.
Advantage Mahut.
Oh, I think he would have wished there was Hawkeye on that court, because from our viewpoint, it looked good. Oh, right on the line from our view. And he knows that ball was good, but he has to forget about it. He has to put it behind him. It's very difficult to do.
Unsportsmanlike conduct. Warning, Mr. Mahut.
Well, the outburst from Mahut, bringing a warning for unsportsmanlike conduct.
That's a perfect response to a situation like that. Well done, Mahut.
Advantage Mahut. Deuce.
Deep ground strokes from Isner. And the approach to the net, just forcing the error from Mahut. Back to deuce. Straight down the middle with that serve, 127 miles an hour.
Advantage Mahut.
Oh, that is well done. They'll feel like justice was done by winning that game.
24 games all, final set.
An excellent half volley here. You can see from his reaction that will only motivate him more.
Approaching 3 hours now. Who likes that? Played that point very well.
Love 15.
And ahead on the Isner serve.
Fifteen.
Ace number 63.
30-15.
It's almost impossible to get any rhythm out there on the Isner serve. I mean, you play a good first point and then you barely touch a ball. And that's the problem. It's almost impossible to break this man in your picture.
That's too good. Who just constructing an opportunity for himself now. 30 all, but as we've seen, a matter of one serve can put the advantage back to Isner. 63 aces in the game so far. That serve up at 140 miles an hour. Who got a racket
30.
on it? Not able to control.
Wonderful movement at the net.
Use.
And perhaps word getting around that this is an absolutely exceptional match here on court number 18. And the crowd, everybody seeking a vantage point, watching history being made.
Advantage Isner.
Such heavy artillery on this man's serve.
and he leads 25 games to 24, final set.
Well, Greg, at the start of this match, before a ball had been hit in the 5th set, you wrote on your program notes 27-25. You had a feeling it was going to be a long one.
I did, with the way these men are serving and with the conditions being so hot. I thought it was going to go 27-25 for Isner, but we'll see if that comes true. But being both those men playing today, no matter who wins, they're going to need a lot of recovery because one of the winners is going to have to play tomorrow. So they're going to have to go through the dreaded ice bath, massage, and all those things. But I don't think they're thinking of that at the moment. They're just trying to find a way to break through on either one of their serves. And right now, there hasn't been much chance.
The dominant weapon, John Isner's game. A rare display of some emotion from the 6'9" American. And at this point, Greg, what will be going through the minds of these players? Each of them holding their serve almost at will, and what will be going through their mind at this point? How do they create a half chance? Do they have to take a risk, do something different? How do they approach it?
What they have to do is they have to look at the pattern of where the other player's been serving, take a little bit of a risk, take a little bit of a gamble out there, and the one who's going to be a little bit braver is the one who's going to come through it. So you just have to take a risk out there. And you also have to stay in the present. That is the key. Don't get behind yourself or ahead of yourself. Just stay right where you have to be.
1 point at a time.
Exactly, the old adage.
Take a seat. Okay, thank you. It's 15 up.
Perhaps here Isner saying to himself, got to make that, you've got to make that. Here's what he wants to do, just couldn't do it on that occasion.
Please. love.
Mighty shank on that one.
Well, not much footwork there. That just shows the signs of a man who's a little bit fatigued out there.
Approach to the net, reaping dividends once again for Mahut.
40 love.
Good little pickup, but Isner was very slow to getting this ball and made it very easy for the put away.
Game, Mahut.
Ace number 55 for Mahut.
25 games all. Final set.
So approaching 6 hours being played for the match. 4 sets in the early evening last night.
Love.
Well left.
30 love. Love.
Momentous forehand from Isner.
This fifth set has been nearly as long as the previous 4 sets they've played.
Reaching 3 hours now here in set number 5.
Game Isner. Isner leads 26 games to 25. Final set.
Well, Greg, if your pre-match forecast is going to be correct, Isner's going to need to find a break this game.
I wrote it down as a little bit of a joke, but it is coming true at the moment.
Not even a hint of a possibility of a break for Mahut on the Isner serve. Been to deuce once on his service game, but otherwise no cracks whatsoever.
But the only thing for Mahut that's giving him a little bit of a heart is that Isner's dipped his head down into his knee. He's showing that he's very fatigued out there. And that only gives you more inspiration. And Mahut, having come through the qualifying, will just feel to himself, all right, I have a chance. I've won 124-22 in the 3rd set of qualifying, and maybe it's just my day with these sorts of long matches.
Mahut serving at 25-26 here in the deciding set. Put away that forehand very nicely indeed. And Isner just looking a little bit forlorn and despondent. How much encouragement will Mahut take from seeing his opponent in that fashion?
Let for service.
Could be things as small as that which make the difference in this game. Those tiny intangibles.
30 love.
56 aces now for the Frenchman.
He's looked very solid. I mean, he must be tiring, but he's just hiding it that much better at the moment.
Well, it was interesting on that serve. If you were just tuning in, you would perhaps have the impression that Isner wasn't even ready to receive it. He didn't bend his knees, he just stood straight up. Perhaps unsurprising that an ace was the result, because he didn't appear ready to move to receive the serve.
Game new balls, please.
Same thing again, Greg. His legs not bent at all, not on the balls of his feet, not on his toes, just standing upright to his full 6'9", flat-footed, waiting to receive the serve.
26 games all. Final set.
Well, the thing as well is you have to give credit to Mahut there. I mean, he's not putting much pace, but the placement is exceptional. So for a big man, he was trying something different by standing back, and it didn't really work out that well for him. But we've got the new balls back in play, so we could be going quite a bit longer now because we haven't had many chances to break today.
We're approaching 6 hours in the match. We're over 3 hours for the 5th set.
Love.
Well played by Isner.
30 love.
It wasn't the quickest movement forward, but you know, when you're as tall as Isner, it's only 1 or 2 steps and you're up to that short ball. Very well focused to keep his concentration on it.
Love.
65 aces for the match for Isner.
$40-15.
Rare double fault from Isner.
Well, what happens when you start to tire, your legs start to give up, and it's very difficult to push upwards. By the way he's being so lethargic around the court, you're wondering if it's really all starting to come in. We hope he doesn't cramp here because he's looking very tired.
Well executed point by Isner.
Isner leads 27 games to 26. Final set.
It was a long and weary walk back to his chair at the conclusion of that game. And he's becoming increasingly demanding physically. Over 3 hours played here in this 5th and deciding set. Crowds in abundance here at Wimbledon on this glorious day. High temperatures, brilliant blue skies and sunshine. The spectators all crowding up there on the terrace garden, as you can see, just to provide themselves with a high vantage point for this historic 5th set.
Just as I was going to say, it is historic. I mean, we've had more records fall today with aces. The previous record was 51. It's already up to 65 and counting with Isner. Mahut's broken that as well with 58. And we've had the longest 5th set in history. So many records broken, as well as the longest match and the longest set. So what else is going to happen in this dramatic match today?
We've now reached the 6-hour mark. 6-hour duration for the match. And the crowd really cheering on the players and getting behind their men as they leave their seats in an effort to find a winner. Decide the man who will prevail and move on to the 2nd round. Mahut to serve, 26-27 here in the deciding set.
Love. 30 love.
Mahut got himself into an awkward position on his backhand ground stroke.
Well, I think it was just a bad bounce he got off the court, which he was surprised the way it shot off, but handled it very well. Isner misses the easy forehand, but it's the right play for Isner to be that aggressive. He needs to take a few risks.
Love.
Another efficient service game.
27 games all, final set.
Sometimes if you look at it, there's an argument for having a tiebreaker in the 5th set. Because if you think about it, both these players, whoever wins is going to have to play tomorrow, and they're going to be at a severe disadvantage.
Ace number 65, 66 for Isner.
All.
What?
Go. 30-15. Game correction. Isner.
Well, another ace in the locker for John Isner. Line judge.
Isner leads 28 games to 27. Final set.
Line judge just corrected by the umpire to make it ace number 68.
Well, as a player, you really like that. Mohamed Lahani is one of the most experienced chair umpires, and a player likes that when it's an immediate overrule. And I did see that ball land on the line. You saw the chalk fly up. So very good umpiring, because it's difficult when you come back to a match. It's over 3 hours now, so the chair umpire has been very sharp, very well handled.
Well, we've talked about a number of records which have fallen during this marathon struggle
Time.
here in a first round encounter at Wimbledon. Now approaching the longest ever match at Wimbledon. 6 hours, 9 minutes the record, a doubles game from 4 years ago. These guys have been playing for 6 hours 6. So that record could well be eclipsed during the course of this game. Mahut to serve. 27-28. in the 5th and deciding set.
Let first service. Let first service.
It's just very, very solid from Mahut. Nothing special.
15 love.
Again, it's a slow walk back into position. Perhaps taking his time to get himself composed, but each step looks to be an effort now for John Isner.
Love.
Mahut appearing just as sprightly as when this 5th set began. Isner, by contrast, his chin on his chest, he's looking down at the grass. Again, more negative body language from John Isner on the far side of the court.
But at least with Mahut, I'm sure Mahut's feeling just as tired as Isner, but he's disguising it very well.
Game. Mahut.
59th ace for the Frenchman.
Games all, final set.
Well, this is officially the longest match at Wimbledon now. 6 hours and 10 minutes. I think the only other record we have to beat now is the longest match ever in the history of tennis.
Love. 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 Isner.
So it continues to go with serve.
Isner leads 29 games to 28, final set.
Oh, variety of sun protection in a form of headgear and hats and makeshift fans. And that's very inventive. Yesterday's news, perhaps.
It looks like he had no choice but to use that. Look like he got a little bit of sunburn there.
So 28-29. Mahut to serve. 6 hours, 12 minutes. We're in the midst of the longest game ever here at Wimbledon. Neither man close to cracking so far. Mahut, 60 aces for the Frenchman.
I mean, this is just astounding. I mean, we've had 130 aces today already.
Wow, he's repeated the trick twice.
It wasn't the best of lobs, but he's just trying to tire out Isner so he doesn't have any more legs left to serve with. This is very clever play. Not the best of topspin lobs, but got away with it. Isner, very poor movement at the moment.
Game.
Well, almost resignation from Isner. He threw his arms up
29
as if to say, what could I do?
Final set.
So 29 games all, Isner to serve. Just wide
15 up.
with an ambitious cross-court forehand.
Up.
132 miles an hour on that serve, so despite appearing to be increasingly fatigued, the Isner serve just as potent as ever.
Oh,
14 up.
that is a tremendous angle. Good change up there. Good 99-mile-an-hour kick first serve. He's really thinking out there, mixing up the variety in his game and on his serve.
Isner leads 30 games to 29. Final set.
So it appears as though Isner just taking on board an electrolyte drink, an energy drink of some description. These players gonna need all the energy they can muster, both mentally and physically. This has been a momentous game. Well, the shadows lengthening here on court number 18. When we began this game, brilliant sunshine bathed the entire court, but now that structure on the right of the court, the shadow approaching the tram line. A rudimentary sundial giving you some idea of just how long this fifth set has been. Over 3 hours, 20 minutes played now here in this fifth set today. 4 sets completed last night. It's going with serve. Mahut to serve, 29-30.
Break was good. First service.
Umpire having to overrule again, but as you pointed out throughout the course of the match, Greg, he's done it very quickly and decisively indeed. Second serve ace.
Just doesn't ever look like this match is going to end today. Both men just serving to the highest standard. Ace number 62.
Fucila. Game. No.
63 aces for Mahut.
Games all, final set.
This is a sign of fatigue when you're going for that much on a second serve.
So Mahut ahead on the Isner serve. Love 15. The second serve opportunity for Mahut to capitalize on. That's a very well constructed point. The second serve, again, 113 miles an hour.
15 on.
Put the forehand away nicely.
He did, but it was a little bit awkward with the movements, but he got up to there just in time. Serve saves him again. Excellent second serve.
Number of aces, quite incredible. delicate touch from the big man.
40-15.
Good movement forward at this stage and nice balance on the volley. Well watched.
Out.
Well left.
Game. Isner. New balls, please.
I don't think they need the new balls.
Isner leads 31-30. Final set.
I mean, the new balls, they've been serving so well of late that it's only going to be harder to get that decisive break. But the only solace for these two players at the moment is that their next opponent, Timo Tabakar, won 16-14 in the 5th set, so he won't be the freshest of players tomorrow either. Well, Isner's doing the right thing there, getting a little bit of something to eat, having a little sip of water, trying to get that energy up in his body somehow. He needs to find a way to break if he's going to win this match, because he's the only one in this 5th set who's managed to create that one break point.
And that seems like an eternity ago. It was 10-9. It was 2 double faults in succession from Mahut, which brought about that break point and match point opportunity. But Mahut responded with an ace and won the game. And that's the only chink there's been, the only opportunity. These men proving to be equal to the questions that each of them are posing to the other. Mahut to serve, 30-31 in the deciding set. Well-designed play by Mahut. Just exploiting the relative lack of movement from Isner, the increasing fatigue.
That is a tired return.
30 love.
That was nowhere near the court.
Talked about the disguise from Mahut. He's not showing any signs of fatigue or negative thoughts at all. Continuing to positively skip around the service line.
Okay.
That's impressive. Really nice, precise forehand to close that game out.
31 games on, final set.
You heard correctly. 31 games apiece in the 5th and deciding set.
It's quite interesting because at the side of the court right now is the doctor for the tournament as well as the physio. So I think he's asking them for something. We'll see them probably come on in the changeover. play from Isner. Very sharp. It's a good approach shot here, but a very good 1-2 pass combination. Went for the nice angle, which set up the easy forehand up the line.
What a return. Seized on that in an instant.
15-all.
Geez, that backhand is very elegant and that is well struck. Shot's been very impressive for him today. Anytime you feel like you've got some hope of getting into the game, this is what Isner has done all day today. With ace number 73 already.
And that's still up at 133 miles an hour. Quite remarkable. Continuing to bombard Mahut with ace after ace.
Game Isner.
Well, the doctor's just...
Isner leads 32 games to 31. 17.
The doctor's just gone beside Mahut. I wonder what he's requesting at the moment, because it's very unusual for a player to ask for something. He's just giving him some medication, whether it's painkillers or something. They have to be prescribed by the doctor. Well, it just looks like it was a few painkillers and he'll be absolutely fine. So that's a good sign for Mahut, and this match has been very intriguing so far. It doesn't look like anybody's going to blink at the moment. There's not been any hope of a chance to break serve.
Time.
Ace number 64, Mahut. Seemed to have all the time in the world to play that shot. Picked his spot beautifully.
30 love. 40 love.
Well, another game to love. On the serve. And this
32
now
games all final sets.
officially the longest match in history.
Can you believe it? The longest previously was 6 hours, 33 minutes at Roland Garros, Fabrice Santoro versus Arnaud Clément, and we are at 6 hours, 34 minutes and continuing.
Isner, he's down on his serve. Love 15 down. Given the body language and almost slow motion movement he's demonstrating at the moment. How big an opportunity is this for Mahut? Incredible! Wonderful anticipation from the Frenchman. But it was Isner who came out on top eventually. And that has got the crowd on their feet and cheering here on court number 18. Fantastic exchange.
That has to be the point of the match so far. Well, we know Mahut is definitely sharp, and so is Isner. Neither one of these players want to lose this match.
How did he get that back?
$30-15.
Deft volley from Isner to win that point.
40-15.
How about that for a return? Impressive forehand from Mahut.
40-30.
Good rally. Isner hold serve.
Isner leads 33 games to 32 final sets.
The numbers all around are just astounding. 6.5 hours played for the entire match.
We've only had 64 games in this final set. I mean, it is an amazing thing, an amazing situation, and we've seen some fantastic tennis today. You know, this weapon here from Isner has just been so good. Serve, good volley here. I'm sure Mahut wish he would have done more with this backhand coming up, because this was a real opportunity. Just wasn't sharp enough getting up to this ball, but we've seen some high quality stuff.
Time.
So once again, the crowd sounding the rallying cry for these two players deep into this fifth set. Maybe something as intangible as that that will rouse one man and take them over the edge. And into the second round. It's Mahut serving. 32-33 here in set number 5.
Let for service.
Superior mobility being demonstrated once again by Mahut.
See the wry smile on Mahut's face. He really enjoyed that, looking very sharp.
And by contrast, just checking out the legs and flexing the knee, hoping that the body doesn't give up on him after such a long time out in the sun. That is sensational. Mahut perhaps feeling he'll have more success putting Isner on the run, but he was equal to it.
15 all.
Backhand from the Frenchman. In the context of this match now, there's just the smallest opportunity for Isner.
Oh, there it is. That sets up 2 more match points.
Fantastic return. Almost as though guided by laser beam, it just hugged that tram line. 2 match points for the American. Now, at critical junctures throughout this match, he served double faults. Surely not at this point.
Well played. Kept his nerve very well there.
Ladies and gentlemen, please don't make any call during the rally. Thank you.
Still match point down.
Very impressive. Already saved 3 match points today and 2 in this game. Mentally very strong.
advantage, Mahut.
Averts what was his biggest crisis of the match. 2 match points down. Mahut holds serve. Now how will that missed opportunity play on the mind of John Isner?
33 games all, final set.
He regroup and move on and stay in the moment.
Love.
It's pretty easy to stay in the moment when you have a serve like John Isner. He just hasn't faced any break points.
Ace number 75 from the American.
Tremendous angle there on that serve. That is unplayable almost.
40 love.
Well, in contrast to the relatively long game that Mahut had on his serve,
Isner leads 34 games to 33. Final set.
Mahut wrapping up his service game, Isner wrapping up his service game in double quick time.
That's not unusual to happen though, because Mahut obviously will have a little bit of a relief having saved those last 2 break points and match points against Isner. So all of a sudden you have a little bit of a dip, but also if you look at John Isner, he did serve a very impressive service game.
Well, this match has entered the history books for a whole number of reasons. The photographers on hand to capture the images, provide the photographs that will accompany the text of what is the longest match in history, now standing at 6 hours, 46 minutes and counting, surpassing the previous record of 6 hours 33, 2004 at Roland Garros between Santoro and Arnaud Clément.
Time.
But these men have shown considerable resolve. Their fitness and mental resources have been put to the test. Neither of them have been found wanting. Equal to the task that they are posing one another. Mahut to serve, 33-34.
Touch. I mean, you know you're feeling when you can play a shot like this. 34-33 in the 5th set. Very delicately played.
After the good return, couldn't take the forehand.
30 love. 40 love.
Caught the net cord, but still went his way. Close out his service game.
34 games all, final set.
So Isner to serve now, and we've been playing for such a long time that the shadows have lengthened all across this court 18, and Mahut will be just in that slightly tricky position of receiving a serve which is coming out of relative darkness into areas of sunshine on the court.
15 love.
We're just under the 7-hour mark as well. We're at 6 hours of 50 minutes. Just not been able to make any impression whatsoever on the Isner serve. That's ace number 76 already.
Box.
Just not enough on the attempted drop shot.
40, 15.
Wonderful ground stroke from Mahut. Just had Isner scrambling.
40, 30.
Just not enough depth on the approach shot, and so it was punished. Moments coming up here. It's the third time Mahut's managed to take him to deuce in this set, but still hasn't been able to create a break opportunity.
Yes.
Crumples to the court in anguish.
He did all the hard work there. All he had to do was make that backhand passing shot. And he knows that is an opportunity missed to create his first break point in this set. What an opportunity missed.
Advantage, Isner.
So Isner holds.
Isner leads 35 games to 34, final set.
Still no break point on his serve this deep into this incredible fifth set. So still a packed concourse here at Wimbledon. Just enthralled by this marathon encounter, which began at a similar sort of time yesterday, picked up again today. 6 hours, 54 minutes, approaching 7 hours duration for the entire match. He's yawning. He's not even playing. These two men displaying admirable qualities of both body and mind, because the tennis has continued to be of the highest order. Going with serve. Mahut to serve. 34-35 in the deciding set.
Oh, that is well played again. Still looks very, very lively with his movement. It's an excellent stretch. Very sharp.
Box.
Be the longest rally of the match. It was as long as 12 shots.
Indeed it is.
Actually 17, I apologize. The last closest was actually 12.
Fortila. Game. Mahut, reverse please. .35 games all. Final set.
Well, still no end in sight to this unrelenting duel of high-quality tennis between two totally committed players. 35 games all
here in the deciding set on court number 18. Isner to serve.
Love 15.
Oh, that's well played from Isner.
Now
Now into the 7th hour. This titanic tussle here on court number 18.
Out. 30-15.
Hasn't missed many of those backhands today. He thought he made it when he hit it. Small margins that can determine a match like this.
Very well executed point from Isner. Who still attempted to run it down. Never a lost cause for the Frenchman. Not successful in returning it on that occasion. So, big moment for Mahut now in the context of this contest. Just be looking to try and force a deuce.
For only the 4th time in this set, having returned a 35 games.
Go, Nico!
Isner serve as reliable as clockwork to this point. He's done it. All founded on that good deep return of that second serve. Brings about deuce on the Isner serve.
Can he finally get that first break point?
How about that for a response? A second serve ace at 124 miles per hour.
Even Mahut has a smile on his face.
Advantage Isner.
Just can't believe it. What next?
Still searching for that first elusive break point on the Isner serve. Not forthcoming in that game, despite getting to deuce.
36 games to 35, final set. Time.
So the players emerge into the shadows once again for the 116th game of this first round match.
Thank you. Placed already.
Another
Thank
record has tumbled, surpassing the previous longest game in terms of games played. That was 112 back in 1969. Charlie Pasarel and Pancho Gonzalez,
15 love.
the players on that occasion. But the record's tumbling by sheer virtue of the length of this match. 7 hours, 6 minutes now.
Dirty love.
.65 aces for the Frenchman.
Love there.
Tempted to jump on that serve, but only found the bottom of the net on that occasion.
Game Mahut.
66 aces for Nicolas Mahut to close out that game.
36 games all. Final set.
And it continues to go with serve. Who just losing his footing while attempting to retrieve that forehand.
Well, right here, it's the serve that sets it up again, and going behind your opponent is always a good play on grass, especially when the shadows come in because the grass gets a little slippery.
Well played. It's just a slow walk back to the serve.
30 love.
Just wide. Flat forehand, really close and low to the net.
Isner. Isner leads 37 games to 36, final set.
No reduction in quality, despite being so deep into the 5th set. And what will be going through the minds of these players? Because they've never been here in this type of encounter before, never in this type of experience.
Well, Mahut had a little bit of experience in the qualifying, going 24-22, but
that's a sprint in comparison.
I know, 37-36. Can you believe this? I mean, they're probably thinking to themselves, well, when is this match ever going to end? And they just have to keep themselves in the present and just say, okay, if I can get through this, I will go down in history as one of the men to win the longest ever tennis match. On top of that, the longest ever 5th set. So, you know, there's a lot to play for here in this match, and it's been great stuff. The quality has actually gotten better in the last few games that we've seen so far, so it's been highly entertaining stuff.
His body language, we thought, betrayed perhaps
Time.
just glimmers of buckling, but he's remained true to the task. Dominant on his serve.
That's the key, exactly. He served so well, and that's what's kept him in it.
(36-37). Mahut to serve in the deciding set.
Love.
Good winner.
You can understand, though, the frustration from Isner there.
30 love.
Really hit a good return, but unfortunately doing nothing with the second shot. And if you're just going to put it in the middle of the court with nothing on it, Mahut is going to punish you. He needs to be more risk-taking. Take a chance. He's the one who's leading 37-36. Put the pressure on your opponent.
Love.
As they say, fortune favors the brave, and Isner needs to get a little bit braver every time he's returning.
Game. 37 games all, final set.
And nobody leaving here at court number 18. Because this is an enthralling encounter. Tennis of the highest quality. Both men just continuing to stay rock solid.
Love. Correction was good. Replay the point. 15 love.
There's nothing much you can do about that. At least Mohamed Liani came in quick again with the overrule. That was definitely going to be Isner's point.
.79 aces for John Isner. The previous record of 51 seems a distant memory.
40 love. Isner leads 38 games to 37, final set.
Stowe still impenetrable. The service game of John Isner.
At these sort of crucial stages in the match, it's going to come down to the person who just has that little bit more belief and that little bit more desire. And this man in our picture here, John Isner, has a big advantage having served first in this 5th set. Hopefully he can find a way through this game.
And in addition to those intangibles of belief and desire, Greg, how big a point, how big a role does the sheer physical nature, the attritional nature of this contest, how big a role does the energy level and physicality play for both players?
It does, but had this been played over one day instead of split in between two, it would have become a major, major factor. But at the moment, both players will be tiring. Both players will be feeling to themselves, okay, I've got to lift my level, find a way somehow. And right now, we saw a little bit of a sense there that Mahut was tiring a bit. So can Isner take advantage here? The problem being is both men are serving so well, nobody is getting too many chances. Even though he lost that point there, John Isner, it was the right play to be aggressive and take it to Mahut. He's got to take that as a positive rather than as negative right now that he's missed that shot. It's the right idea. Oh, that is very calm and controlled.
Isner did well to return the serve.
40 love.
But the ground stroke unerringly accurate.
Games all, final set.
Well, the consistency on display really is admirable, because this deep into the set and we haven't had a single break of serve, and this man about to serve hasn't even faced break point.
Isner's trusty forehand going awry on that occasion.
15-0.
Well, that is ace number 80.
That's the problem. Anytime you feel like you're getting a little bit of momentum, he just takes it away with that serve.
How deep was that? Good ground stroke from Isner. As deep as could possibly be.
(40-15). Okay. Isner.
Well, Mahut looking questioningly at the officials.
At least 39 games to 38.
But it was called good. Game Isner is the result.
Time.
Well, we've had changes of officials and ball girls and ball boys, but these two players have been out on the court for 7 hours, 20 minutes in total for this match. The quality remains as high as ever.
Up.
Just short on the attempted forehand volley.
Yeah, it was a pretty good return though from Isner. Stayed low. Just didn't get down low enough for that one, Mahut.
30-15.
He's been announcing the score so often, the umpire. Perhaps his voice just beginning to fail him. Can afford a wry smile. He's doing a wonderful job.
Oh, that did look good. He has a good point there. Very difficult for the chair umpire to overrule the far sideline.
Well,
40-15.
difficult to read the body language, because I would interpret that as a little bit despondent. But he's been demonstrating that for the past couple of hours and still has remained as solid as ever. Just a glimmer of an opportunity to force a deuce for Isner. Nothing more than a half chance. A chance taken away in an instant, and another unreturnable serve from Mahut.
39 games all, final set.
It's just amusing to hear from the commentator, from the umpire, 39 all. I've never heard a set go that far in my tennis career.
This is approaching a basketball score.
15 love.
81 aces for John Isner in the course of this match.
Sweetly struck.
$15 all. $30-15.
The ball boy ducked for cover at the far end of the court. Now can Mahut take advantage and get ahead on the Isner serve? Significant moment.
This is a brave second serve, 120 miles an hour. Every time he's been put in that situation, he's come up with the goods.
Bludgeoning his way out of trouble. Big second serves. So deuce on the Isner serve yet again. Yet to face a break point though.
Deuce. Advantage, Isner.
Come on, Nico!
And Isner. New balls, please. Isner leads 40 games to 39. Final set.
I hope that lady found a babysitter because she would be missing one tremendous match. I mean, this is just sensational, the pure drama of it.
Well played, Mahut. So that Isner's turned his cap conventional way round, just perhaps to deal with the glare. The ball coming out of the sun into shade at the moment.
Love.
That's well played. He's having a little smile with his coach Craig Boynton there on the side. John Isner.
30-15.
Why didn't I do that more often? Attack the second serve, look to be aggressive and come forward. Very well played.
40-15.
Isner on the run, not able to retrieve. And ace number 69 for Nicolas Mahut.
40 games all, final set.
And those numbers bringing a whoop of delight from this crowd, because as Greg's already pointed out, not numbers we associate with a tennis match in terms of games. 40 games apiece in the deciding set.
Love. 30 love.
Swerve and kick as well as high speed on that serve. Ace number 83. Missed hit, and it was almost in. Just wide. Leaving no doubt.
$40-15.
Not much left in the John Isner legs. You're looking for a cheap point here.
40-30.
Mahut has to try to take advantage if he can get a play on this return to serve.
Game. Isner.
Once again, another thunderous serve. Gets Isner out of potential trouble.
41 games to 40. Finally set. Time.
So everybody's searching for a vantage point here at court number 18. In a match which is approaching 8 hours in duration, 7 hours 38 now these guys have been playing, split over 2 days. Neither man has been broken on their service game yet. Mahut to serve, 40-41 in the 5th set.
15. 30 love.
Isner briefly had his hands on his haunches.
Really tell that Isner's struggling to move at the moment. And Mahut's got to be sensing that. Just can't see a way that Isner's going to break serve unless Mahut really makes some unforced errors. Very much struggling at the moment.
Movements becoming statuesque for the 6'9" American. But still possesses that type of accuracy and power when it's within reach.
40-15.
Good deep forehand ground stroke. Well, that perhaps illustrative of the struggles that Isner is having moving around the court, because
games all, final set.
Having got there, couldn't do anything with the shot at all.
Well, this Mahut will be taking heart from, because when your legs start to go, your serve starts to get a little bit slower because you can't push up with them. So Mahut will realize this, and hopefully he'll be able to take advantage if the Isner serve speed starts to go down a little bit. Chair umpire having to come off the chair to fix up the let court device. I'm sure he's glad to get out of that chair after this long a period of time.
Not just the players, but perhaps the increasing possibility of cramp for the umpire. He's been sat up there for the entire duration as well.
Well, we've been well over 4.5 hours just from today's part of the match, and this match is 7 hours 43 minutes already.
Just kicking out the calf as he climbs back into his chair. Running repairs to the net completed.
That was very strange. You rarely see a pro play an air shot. That was just poor movement.
Almost as though he's facing a doosra. Completely bamboozled on that occasion. What a return. Hard and fast and deep.
40-30.
Well, Isner's momentum had only just completed, taking him forwards.
blast his way out of potential trouble again.
Isner leads 42 games to 41. Final set.
So approaching 8 hours in this first round encounter between Nicolas Mahut of France and John Isner of the USA, and the records have just been tumbling the longer this game has gone on, because we've had the most number of aces. The previous record was 51. Both men have surpassed that handily now. Isner up at 83 aces, Mahut up at 69. Longest match in Wimbledon history. That was 5 hours 28. We're well beyond that mark. Most amount of games in Grand Slam history, that was 112. We're again surpassed that a long time ago, as the crowd just taking part in the Mexican wave.
Then on top of that, we've also beat the longest tennis match ever in the history, which was 6 hours and 33 minutes. And this one is still going, so
Time.
I think there's going to be a few more records to beat tonight.
These two men have etched their way onto the pages of tennis history. Often that's reserved for the winners of titles and trophies and tournaments, but here in the first round, we have the privilege of witnessing something historic here on court number 18.
The only thing is, as the players, you don't want to be the historic loser in this match.
Oh, yes, and Mahut, as you pointed out, Greg,
15 love.
capitalizing on the reduced movement of Isner. He's really struggling out there in terms of his court mobility.
Tino.
Too good.
$30-15.
Just not enough on this backhand from Isner, and it's well punished.
Full advantage on that forehand as Mahut approached the net. And as he's demonstrated throughout the match, if it was within striking range, his forehand is devastating.
$40-30.
So perhaps a small opportunity passing Isner by. second serve to sneak a deuce. Oh, instead it's an outside edge. Not a complete air shot like we saw
final set.
previously, Greg, but pretty close.
Well, the problem with this one is it actually just hit the line and then it changed direction on him slightly, so it wasn't bad as the last one. But Mahut's been very brave with those 2 last second serve. We're tied at 42-all.
Love 15.
So Mahut edges ahead. And will he try and give, well, if he can get his racket onto the ball, clearly he'll be attempting to give Isner the run around. Taking his time between points.
15-all.
Because for as slowly as he's moving, during the point he just springs into life. If the ball's within striking distance and he's not forced to move too far laterally.
30-15.
The speed is reduced down at 114 miles an hour.
That's the wonderful angle which creates the ace.
Indeed. Number 84 for John Isner.
He was laboring backwards there. Can Mahut take this opportunity at 30-all to get his first break point in this set?
Really is astonishing when you consider the amount of time for which they've been playing. Small opportunity here.
That did look wide. I thought it was out.
40-30.
He does have a point there. See, this is where Hawkeye's great, and it's only on the show courts, unfortunately.
Who knows what a big moment that was. And instead of a break point for himself, he's game point down after what's being registered as an ace for Isner. So now he's got to forget that, try and regroup, see if he can snare a deuce. Well,
Isner is 43 games to 42, final set.
How will that play on the mind of Mahut?
This set has just gone into its 5th hour. We're up to actually 130 games in this match so far. I mean, that is just quite astounding. At 85 alone in this set. Amazing.
Mind-boggling numbers. All as a result of the commitment and refusal to give in being demonstrated by these two players. And it's being accompanied by some really high-quality tennis as well. Everybody can question the conditioning of these athletes, because they've been equal to every task, playing out there in baking sunshine. They've been out there for so long, the court is now almost entirely in shadow.
Time.
And still, the quality remains of the highest level. So Mahut to serve. the score at 42-43 in the deciding set. What a rally.
Mahut showing
15 love.
that he's still very sharp there, because that was actually a very good pass from Isner. Nobody's giving an inch at the moment.
And again, just the slightest movement, laterally left or right, proving problematic for Isner.
30 love. Love.
Ace number 70 for Mahut.
Game Mahut. Game sold, final set.
Well, Mahut was the boys' champion here at Wimbledon in 2000. But perhaps it's not an outrageous bet to suggest that he spent more time on the courts at Wimbledon in this one match than he did getting to the boys' final and winning it 10 years ago. Well played, Isner.
Love.
It's a clever play from Nicolas Mahut, bringing the tall man forward. Just not as flexible with his legs at the moment.
His raking stride enabled him to get here, to get there rather. Just couldn't execute on the shot. Well played.
30-15.
excellent movement. Still looks very sprightly out there.
40-30.
Incredible energy levels being demonstrated by Mahut. Must be feeling the pace as well. But as you've already pointed out, Greg, he's disguising it very well and moving superbly. As the umpire's voice slightly fails him again, what a clever shot that was from John Isner.
Isner leads 44 games to 43, final set.
The service game just as reliable as ever from John Isner. In terms of movement, appears to be really suffering, but his temperament has remained unflappable. As we've played beyond 8 hours now, a working day playing tennis.
We've actually gotten up to 5 hours and I believe 8 minutes so far in this set alone.
Time.
So what's this call for now, Greg? Mahut is behind. He served second since the start of this set. Does it call for greater risk-taking, perhaps, from Isner? What can be done to change this metronomic pattern of this game where neither serve has really been threatened?
Well, I think he just has to take the chance. He has to take a risk. He has to be more aggressive. He has to go after second serves and really push on to Mahut. But he hasn't been allowed that opportunity because Mahut has served just as well as Isner today. So it's been very difficult for him to achieve that break.
Love. Second service.
And here, perhaps, second serve opportunity you spoke of, Greg. And he did exactly what you suggested. Good, deep return. Had Mahut struggling.
15 on.
And he's down, but certainly not out. Continuing to fight for everything.
Mahut very solid at the net. Just covering very well. There's nothing Isner can do about that. Just too good. Just had enough punch on that volley. Force the error.
40-15. release.
Something surely has to give at some point,
Final set.
but there has been no indication of that throughout this entire fifth set. Isner's serve has never been threatened. Mahut has staved off 3 break points, had 2 break points way back at 10-9. And also at 32-33 down, he faced the match point as well. Isner, on the other hand, yet to give up a single break point.
Exquisite.
All.
Well played, Mahut. An opportunity opening up here at 15-30. Can he take advantage?
He's got his nose in front. Been in this position before. And Isner's response had just been to rifle down a serve and get himself back on terms and then ahead and close out his service game. Now perhaps the opportunity for Mahut to seize on a second serve.
Oh, that is just very bold and brave.
Deep and hard and bouncing high off the turf.
Well, also the placement of it, 110 miles an hour in the corner. I mean, that is very, very brave. Nothing much Mahut can do about that.
Ace number 86 for Isner.
Game. Isner. Isner leads 45 games to 44, final set.
Well, the concentration of these men remaining unshakable, unbreakable, continuing to go with the serve as we approach our 90th game of the fifth set.
I mean, it is quite amazing that nobody's dropped serve in 5 hours and 15 minutes of play so far. I mean, Mahut has been very mentally tough because there's many a time where he could have dropped his head in frustration, but he's stuck in there against the Isner service games very, very well. Saved 3 match points to date already. So you've just got to give him a lot of credit out there, but it just doesn't look like the mountain of the man in John Isner is possible to break. Question, can he actually put some return of serves together? That is the big key.
Time.
This deep into the match, who are attempting to perhaps apply the water on a stone philosophy. Perhaps there will be a dramatic crumbling at some point, but nothing to suggest that so far. Continues to go with serve. Mahut serving 44-45 in the fifth set. And probably deep into the fifth set.
15 love.
Sporting wave of apology from Mahut as the net cord went in his favor. Just seemed to deflate Isner ever so slightly. And it's in.
Isner can't believe it. It was a tremendous shot.
40 love.
It hit inside out, backhand up the line. I don't think he was trying to hit it this good. I mean, that is sensational. Spot on the line. Make that shot maybe 1 out of 10, and he just made it.
Game out.
Poultry ace number 71 from Mahut compared to Isner's 87. I mean, this is just a serving festival.
45 games all, final set.
A good passing shot. Isner approaching the net.
Love 15.
Second serve ace yet again for Isner. Number 5 in the match takes his total up to 88. He must have such confidence and faith in his serve to attempt something so audacious on the second serve. No caution being displayed by the American.
30-15.
The other theory which I might have is he's very tired, so he doesn't want to do any running, so he might as well go for broke. And when you're in that sort of flow or rhythm as Isner is today, you have the confidence that you're never going to miss that second serve, no matter how hard you hit it.
Good return from Mahut.
40-30.
Forcing a tough pickup for Isner. Run around the court that time with some powerful ground strokes from Isner.
And Isner leads 46 games to 45, final set.
Well, he probably took off from New York when this match started.
It has been a long one today. But clear skies out there, and we're going to be able to play just as long as we have to tonight. There's at least another 2 hours of light, and it doesn't seem like there's going to be ever an end to this match. I mean, the drama, every minute you think somebody's going to get a little bit of momentum or rhythm in this match or take advantage. The one just swipes it out with their wonderful serving.
8 hours 15 the match duration now. This set alone. 5 hours and 21 minutes. As a weary looking John Isner rises from his chair yet again in an effort to try and force a break which would bring him victory in the match. But this man doesn't show any signs of cracking. He's been serving second for the duration of this 5th set. Staved off 3 match points. And has just been so strong mentally and so sprightly physically. Just long, having used that raking stride to get up to the ball.
30 love.
It's just very frustrating as a player when you exert that sort of effort and you miss the approach shot. You just got to stay calm and conserve his energy.
$30-15.
Oh, how about that for a ground stroke?
There's nothing much he can do about this, and Isner was putting his hands up to his coach Craig Boyne saying, what do I have to do? I mean, this guy is on fire at the moment. Mahut has hit some great shots today.
Games all, final set.
So almost 5.5 hours we're approaching now in this 5th set. And that is ace number 90 for John Isner.
Will he reach 100 today? Very close. Probably the first man in history.
30 love. Box. Thirteen, 15. Forty, 15. Game Isner. Isner leads 47 games to 46. Final set.
Well, I'm not going to imagine they're going to put them first on the winner if somebody wins tonight, because they're going to have to play tomorrow, and that is going to be extremely challenging. Yes, their opponent did play 16-14 in the fifth, Timo de Bakker, who ended up winning that match, but this is just hard to believe how long this is going. I mean, it just doesn't look like there's going to be any chance of a break yet.
Testimony to the fitness of these professional tennis players.
I mean, this is quite astounding. I mean, after this sort of match, they're going to need an ice bath, they're going to need a full body massage, and they're going to have to eat a load of food and recovery drinks and everything you possibly imagine. As you see the French support for their man there in the corner. He's part of Lagardère team, which has a whole support structure for all the French players.
Time.
So it's a weary walk to receive from John Isner once again, but he's been demonstrating that all afternoon. But the level of his play has remained as high as ever. Mahut looks altogether more energetic. But the result is these two men are still tied, going with serve, 46-47 in the fifth and final set.
Love.
The top edge from Isner on the return put just a little bit of funky spin. But Mahut equal to it.
Fortila.
74 aces now from Mahut.
Let for service.
ever. Very well disguised and very well played from John Isner.
40-15.
One way to keep the point short. Very good touch at this late stage of the match. For a big man, he's got very soft hands.
Game.
And Isner
Mahut.
asking the question, was that out?
That was out.
7 games all. 4 sets.
From my angle over here, it definitely looked wide, but it's very hard for Mohamed Liani to overrule the far sideline, and here we see it in slow motion. And it just looked like it might be fractionally out, but this is where we need Hawkeye. But unfortunately, we're not on one of the show courts, the center court or court number 1, to have it.
Instead, we're relying on human eye. Not too many disputed calls, though.
As well as court number 2 has Hawkeye.
Well-constructed point.
15 love.
And that is a tired-looking return from John Isner. Edging closer to that century mark of aces. 91 now is the count.
Well, they talk about a century in cricket, but never in aces in tennis. This will be a first.
40-15.
But how many unreturnable serves like that has he had as well? You've got to imagine you've got to double that number. So he's had a lot of free points from that serve. Mahut hasn't been able to do anything on his service games, really.
Yeah, most of Mahut's successes come when he's been able to give Isner the runaround. But on the Isner serve, the rallies are just over 2 shots per rally, almost non-existent.
Isner leads 48 games to 47. Final set.
It's quite interesting there because Mahut went up to Mohamed Liani and asked, when is the change of balls happening? And he said 3 games. Obviously, he must be thinking the balls are slowing down slightly. And the later you get in the day and the evening, now the ball begins to slow down. The only problem you have is the court becomes slightly more slippery because the dew comes on the grass. So it's having to deal with those sorts of aspects. At this stage at the evening, we're already 7:45 nearly.
Over 5.5 hours played in this 5th set alone. Approaching 8.5 hours for total duration for the match, which began yesterday afternoon, restarted again early afternoon today. And it's just been back and forth. The service games utterly dominant. Records have tumbled during this marathon encounter between these two players. The record for the number of aces disappeared hours ago. It previously stood at 51. Both men surpassed that by miles. Isner close to doubling it.
15. All.
Good variety being demonstrated by Isner.
Come on, Nico. Come on.
15-30.
This is a massive point coming up right here for Mahut.
It wasn't just the ferocious forehand, but backhand slice in evidence on that previous rally. Pressure now on the Mahut serve.
Comes up with another good serve. Nothing Isner can do about that.
30 all.
There's always been a slight question mark with Mahut's mental toughness, but he is standing very strong today.
Well, isn't it just bouncing that racket like a basketball? The frustration of the small opportunity which has passed him by.
Well, he would have expected to make that return because he had read it well. So that's the frustration in that situation.
Good deep ground strokes from Mahut.
48 games all. Final set.
This is just astonishing. I mean, even the scoreboard's given up now. It says 47 all, but it's actually 48 all at the moment.
Sent into meltdown. Perhaps by the sheer quantity of numbers that it's having to deal with. Well played, Isner. Didn't get to the net in a hurry, but got there in plenty of time and put away the volley nicely.
Well, for a big man at 6'9", his steps are bigger than most. Just comfortably makes this volley.
30 love.
Tired,
15.
tired looking backhand from Isner.
could be very costly. Just took his eye off the ball. He'd have read it and anticipated it very well.
Having constructed that point so well, got what he wanted.
All he had to do was put it over the net, and it was his point.
Failed to execute in the simplest of backhand volleys.
That could be very costly. Ace number 92 saves the day.
New balls, please. Isner leads 49 games to 48. Final set.
Umpire, we were missing a ball.
Check the connection in the bottom's fine.
Well, in the studio, just making the point that you suggested, Greg, perhaps should consider introducing a tie break in the 5th set. What he was saying is if it gets to 50 all, but and the way things are going, that could well be the case.
Time.
Ron, you might have the pleasure of being here for 3 days with this match, because you started it yesterday. I came in for it today. Thought it was going to be a quick 5th set, and that hasn't been the case.
48-49 in the deciding set. Mahut to serve.
Love 15. Up.
Go.
That's too good. The approach to the net.
30-15.
The most delicate of volleys from Mahut.
Just very, very sharp today. I mean, looks like it's just started the match with that sort of feel. Just wide.
Been successful lobbing Isner twice today. Just wide on that occasion. And he's delicately poised now because at 30 all, surely this is the moment for Isner to perhaps take the risk you talked about, Greg.
If he gets the chance.
14-13.
But every time you say that, Ron, something magical happens with the serve. I think we might have been saying that the past 4.5 hours. I mean, it has been impressive. That's ace number 75 for Nicolas Mahut already. And this is just great stuff.
Well,
I'm starting to like that Novak Djokovic guy.
Game score, final set.
He made a wonderful suggestion. If it goes to 50-all in the 5th set, they should have an emergency tiebreaker. I think that might be a good idea.
consult the rules committee. Because it is tied at 49 games all. Isner to serve. That's very impressive from Isner. Forceful forehand.
15 love.
Well, this is all set up from the serve. I mean, the return doesn't have much on it, and Isner can just punish it easily.
Love.
Wonderful effort from Mahut.
Love.
Unsuccessful in retrieving it on that occasion. Oh, that's good.
Isner leads 50 games to 49 final set.
Well, it remains a capacity crowd here on court number 18, standing on their feet, applauding these two committed tennis players as we have a change in personnel with the ball boys and ball girls. The game approaching 9 hours in duration now, 8 hours 44 minutes. Coming up on 4 hours played for the 5th set. And I'm certain that some of these spectators have been here for the entire duration because they've been treated to tennis of the highest order. No drop in standards, no drop in quality. Superb stuff.
I don't think we're ever going to see anything like this again in tennis. I mean, I've never heard of a score 50-49 in the 5th.
And all of these people who are giving these players a standing ovation now will be able to say, I was there. Still no sign of a winner, though. And who will this lift more? Who can respond? Who can engineer that break? And it appears as though the scoreboard has completely given up now.
Thank you very much.
Just sent haywire by the large numbers it's being forced to deal with.
Pace already, thank you.
Here in this historic game. The 100th game of the 5th set about to begin.
Love. 30 love.
77th ace for the Frenchman.
Love.
Well, Isner just standing rooted to the spot as Mahut nods in acknowledgement of the support he's receiving from the crowd. Is this perhaps the moment he can possibly seize? Because the crowd really appreciating what they're seeing and really trying to rouse these two players. Beating on our commentary box
50
here
games on
at court 18.
Final set.
A wonderful atmosphere on this outside court.
Thank you, thanks.
They have to at least go into a 6th hour. I mean, we're at right now 5 hours and 54 minutes for this set alone.
Approaching 9 hours for the match as well. Contest of epic proportions.
Mahut is starting to take advantage because Isner really looks like he's wilting. 15-30.
15-30.
Can he take advantage here?
And bring about what would have incredibly be a break point, the first one.
First service.
Ooh. Just overcooked that forehand. And now, 2 break points for Mahut.
The first 2 of this set as well. It's only taken 100 games to prove it. Can he take this break? If he does, these are virtual match points for him.
15-40.
He will hold the next game.
Well, how about that for a response?
30-40.
132 miles an hour down the line. Still facing break point. Very well played. Put under pressure by Mahut, but was equal to it.
There didn't look much left in the tank there. His movement backwards was very difficult. He is struggling, but even so, still finding a way. Quite amazing.
Well left.
Advantage Isner.
Once again, the serve to the rescue for John Isner.
Isner leads 51 games to 50. Final set.
Every time he has faced the slightest bit of trouble, and that's the most trouble he has been in, 2 break points down, he's just continued to rifle down monstrous serve after monstrous serve.
But the interesting thing there was you could see the speed of John Isner's serve has gone down. His legs seem to have totally disappeared now. He needs to find a way to rejuvenate them somehow. And that was a real opportunity for Mahut, especially on that first break point. You know, he just couldn't take advantage.
What's going through the mind of Mahut, having taken so long in the 100th game, 101st game, to engineer some break points? The opportunities have passed him by. First break points of this 5th set. They have come and gone in a flash.
Time.
And so once again, having started serving second in this 5th set, he's serving to stay in the match. But he himself has only faced 3 break points, 3 match points in his entire 5th set. So nothing to suggest that he's going to wilt and yield a break point now. Mahut to serve.
Take a seat, please. Thank you.
At 50-51 in the 5th set. Isner really leaden-footed around the court now. Any lateral movement. It's double fault number 19 for Mahut.
Well, considering he has 78 aces, I wouldn't be so concerned about it. But, you know, these will be key moments. Depends when you hit your double faults. It hasn't hurt him just yet.
Oh. And Isner can't believe that because he's intimating that it was wide. Should have been called a fault.
Here we can see the replay of it, and it looks like it just was a fraction wide.
The 80th ace of the match for Nicolas Mahut.
Every time we speak about a number, it just sounds more and more ridiculous.
It sounds as though we're discussing another sport and not tennis. Astonishing a level of quality that's on display. This deep.
51 games old, final set.
Into the final set.
Well, the thing is, which is amazing to me, is how well Mahut is serving and Isner at this stage of the match. Isner's had a little bit of a dip, but there doesn't seem to be any from Mahut at the moment.
Oh, what a bullet of a return.
This had the angle nor the speed, only 109 miles an hour straight in the pocket of Mahut, and he punished it.
Oh, and now Isner querying that.
15-30.
It did look a little wide from our viewpoint. And it was right in front of the chair umpire. And it looked just wide. And from the replay, you can see there's a little bit of space there.
So Mahut edges his nose in front. But another unreturnable serve.
30 off.
And an opportunity for Mahut.
40-30.
Because Isner really didn't deal with that volley, that overhead smash, as he would have liked.
Those are the sort of half chances you have to take.
Well, Mahut slaps his thigh in anger because he realizes that there are a couple of chances in that game.
Isner leads 52 games to 51 for the set.
It's a weary standing umpire who announces the score. Perhaps he can't believe that the game has gone on for this long, so long in fact, that the sun just beginning to set in the sky. Dusk here in southwest London. And this game was called off because of poor light conditions yesterday. It started again this afternoon, and surely nobody anticipated that we may face that possibility again here this evening.
Well, this set alone could beat the record for the longest match at Wimbledon. Longest match is 6 hours and 9 minutes. This set has gone alone 6 hours and 5 minutes. And it looks like John Isner is the one who's wilting that a little bit more at the moment. And can Mahut keep his composure, because physically he looks the stronger of the two at the moment.
He looks far fresher, far more dynamic in his movement about the court. But he still cannot find a breaking point as the man waiting to receive serve. So into the 104th game we go. Loss of footing there from Isner. Well, Isner just showing signs of frustration there.
Well, I think he thought that serve was long, but it was well inside. When you're that tired, you're not always seeing the ball correctly. That just shows he's very weary, while Mahut is still very sharp.
Oh, well left.
$30-15.
Come on, John.
40-15.
Too good from Mahut.
Fifty-two games all. Final set.
Come on, John.
Played from Mahut
15 all.
as we move past the 9-hour mark for this momentous match. Seemed to take a lot of frustration out on that forehand.
30-15.
Well, he doesn't want to do any running so much, so any opportunity he has to hit a winner, he'll just gonna go for it.
Oh. 40-15.
In evidence yet again. Total commitment. And that meaty blow.
Oh, and that is a tired shot.
40-30.
And Mahut can see that, so that's why he's trying to make every ball he possibly can.
Unforced error from Isner, could have closed out this game. Oh my goodness. A second serve ace with kick and spin and swerve.
Isner is 53 games to 52. Final set.
This is just incredible stuff here. Ace number 93 for Isner already, and he's just keeping his head in there. He's really struggling physically at the moment, but he's finding a way to hold on to serve and stay in this match. He's just hoping that Mahut will get a little bit nervous, because Mahut at the moment is looking physically very, very strong.
Strength of will being exhibited by both players. It's truly remarkable, but particularly Isner, because as you've said, Greg, physically he appears to have nothing left. Just a stride to the left or a stride to the right appears to be a considerable effort, but by sheer competitive spirit and force of will, keeping himself in the contest. Whereas this man is as fresh as a proverbial daisy, because he's just skipping and bouncing around the court as though it's the first set.
I might not go that far with you on that one, but he does look the fresher of the two. I mean, it's been very impressive from both players.
goodness, what a wonderful stroke to finish that rally. And in the context of this match, that 17-stroke rally, an absolute marathon. Oh, that is outstanding tennis. Mahut picking himself up off the turf. Isner standing exhausted with his hands on his hips. This contest well and truly attritional now. And the capacity crowd here on court 18 reveling in what they're seeing. Wonderful stuff.
$15.
Ace number 83 for the Frenchman. And his speed remaining consistent. Always around the 120 miles an hour mark.
Right on the line. Couldn't do anything about that. That's why I missed that one. That is a brave second serve.
Please.
Well, the resolve of both men
53 games over.
as firm as ever. Continuing to go with serve. So deep into the fifth set.
Just a little change of racket there for John Isner. Just with the new balls being brought out, just wants a little tighter racket.
And what will be the result of that, Greg? A little more zip, a little more speed, perhaps?
Well, just a little bit more control of the ball. The tighter the racket is, the more control you get on the ball. While the looser it is, the quicker it goes.
Oh, that's sensational.
Love 15. 40-15.
A real effort to backtrack from Isner, but he got there. Smash wasn't an outright winner, but too good for Mahut to return. And that's a tired-looking serve from Isner. And how about that to take advantage?
$40-30.
Can he find some more energy, some more strength of purpose on this serve? Forceful, muscular hitting from John Isner, who appears absolutely out on his feet
54 games to 53.
as he
Fun
fairly
set.
staggers back to his chair.
Time. Sorry.
Well, I can tell you that court number 19 next door is being dismantled by the ground staff. Job done for them. They'll be on their way home. But this match still no end in sight. 6 hours and 20 minutes for this fifth set alone. Mahut to serve. Just swerved out.
Miss 15.
Isner gets his points on the board first on a Mahut serve.
Let for service.
Oh, a real opportunity here for Isner now. Love 30. 2 points away from the match now.
Big moment.
Love 30. Thank you.
That's a good volley. Difficult volley. Put it away well.
15-30.
Advantage still with Isner.
Left for service.
Ace number 85. Swerving beyond the reach of Isner.
Thank you.
There's not much Isner can do about that. That's just sensational serving. I don't think this match ever wants to end.
Well, the numbers now really are mind-boggling. 54 games all in the fifth and deciding set.
54 games all, final set.
We've been playing for 9 hours and 20 minutes.
Love 15.
Dispatch that forehand to wrong foot, Isner. And now a big moment on the Isner serve for Mahut. Thunderous second serve yet again from Isner.
30.
118 miles an hour.
Five away from 100 now. 95th ace. Serve has really been there when he's needed it.
Well, the serve utterly dependable for John Isner. But he looks absolutely and utterly spent.
Isner leads 55 games to 54. Final set.
And what's keeping him in this game, Greg? Is it just sheer stubbornness and force of will at this point?
Well, it is that, and also the support from his backroom staff with his coach Craig Boyton and all his people behind him, and also having such a great serve. Even though physically he's really struggling out there, mentally he's keeping it together, and that serve just allows him to get those free cheap points. If he didn't have such a massive serve, you'd assume that Mahut by now would have won this match, because physically he is struggling immensely, but mentally he's sticking through it.
This man disguising his fatigue altogether in a better fashion.
But he must be frustrated out there, because he's had a few opportunities, a few 15-30s. He's had double break point at 15-40, and he hasn't been able to take those opportunities, but he's stayed calm and controlled.
So both men battle weary now, but remaining committed to the cause.
Thank you.
That's impressive. Isner digging deep and just generating the footwork to get across and make that forehand winner. Clever serve for ace number 89.
30-15. $40-15.
Come on, John.
Go, John. Go.
Well,
55 games all. Final set.
You heard correctly. If you're just joining this game, do not adjust your set. It is indeed 55 games all in the fifth and deciding set. Here in this opening first round encounter at Wimbledon 2010. These two men have been on the court for 9 hours and 26 minutes over the course of 2 evenings.
Let alone today. They've been on for 6 hours and 40 minutes already. And we've only got about another 50 minutes of light to go, so we might be going into day 3 because we haven't had a chance to have any breaks of serve so far in this fifth set.
Just standing and swatting that ball away dismissively.
30 love.
Appears almost delirious out there, staggering around behind the service line. So Isner holds serve, but it's yet another weary walk.
Isner leads 56 games to 55. Final set. Time.
Well, a standing ovation from this full house greets these two players back onto court. And just a hint of a limp from Isner as he applied the brakes after giving up on that drop shot.
This is very calm and controlled from Mahut. Very impressive to hold his nerve to play this shot.
Well, Isner really suffering out there physically. Kept his hands on his knees until the last possible moment while waiting to receive that serve. How much encouragement will Mahut be taking from seeing the sight of his opponent limping around to receive serve? Mahut pounding his racket on his chest in celebration, while Isner just threw his palm skyward as if to say, well, what can I do? This is ridiculous.
56 games all, final set.
But his resolve has been equally strong. His breaking point hasn't been found as he serves.
Correction was good, replay the point.
Well, saw what John Isner thought of it. That far behind the line, he's saying.
It might be a slight exaggeration, but it would be great to see a replay on this one. And that ball looks like it is on the line, so that is a good overrule.
If you are just joining the match, well, the records have been tumbling. Such is the duration of this contest now. 9 hours, 33 minutes on court. What a return. And Isner now
15 all.
almost rooted to the spot. Six hours and 40 minutes being played in this fifth set now.
You can really see from Isner that he's tiring. The speed of his serve has dropped about 20-25 miles an hour. He needs to come up with something big now. And that's just what he's done time and time again today. Ace number 97.
The serve has been absolutely and utterly dependable. And he's got him out of trouble time after time.
Isner leads 57 games to 56 final set. Time.
How much more do both men have to give? Every element of their competitive makeup is being tested in this match. Their physicality, their spirit, their commitment. But yet both men have remained equal to the task. We started this game, it was in brilliant sunshine, not a shadow on the court. Now it's being played by the light of the moon. Just seeing how Isner's struggling to move about there.
You have to give credit to Mahut. I mean, he is moving so well and just finding a way to be solid. He's just not letting anything get to him.
His fitness levels are absolutely remarkable. Too much.
need to change the tape. Can you go, Lugo?
Yeah, here behind. You can go next change.
So, as you heard, Mahut
7 games on, final set.
Mahut just indicating that he's going to need to make some running repairs to his equipment.
Well, it just seems like his tape on his hand has come off, and they're just going to have the trainer come on during the changeover to retape his finger. So nothing too serious.
15 up.
Well, the movement of Isner has slowed
14 up.
almost to a standstill. It's approaching statuesque, but he's still finding a way to win these points on his serve. But still a forceful, muscular forehand. Secures victory on his service game yet again.
Isner leads 58 games to 57, final set.
You can go.
I'm not trying to.
Before yourself. The button is just on here, like in the draw class center, not as far away as yesterday. That's all you want. Okay. Fine. Yeah.
Time. Thank you. Thank you very much. Place already. Thank you. Thank you. New balls.
Oh, that's impressive. And as depleted as he appears physically,
Love 15.
will something like that just provide some impetus, some spark, some energy back into the movements of John Isner?
Oh, ace number 92 there from Mahut. He's nearly catching Isner at 97.
The direction and angle.
Very impressive, but just the composure. Nothing's bothering this man.
Can Isner edge ahead here? Mahut proving to be unflappable.
Nicolas, 58 games over.
Well, I think John Isner has just gone for a washroom break there. So I think both players are going to take a little bit of a timeout right now. And it's understandable at 58 all in this fifth set. I mean, they've been on court already now for nearly 6 hours and 50 minutes.
Thank you. Love.
Oh, on that previous serve, Isner's forward momentum. He could barely control it, just staggered forward over the service line.
Let the service.
Well played. Oh, what a remarkable effort, ultimately in vain from Mahut.
What a moment. Isner just laughing to himself. I cannot believe Mahut actually has the energy to try that.
And he gave him a weary round of applause because he turned his back on the shot after he played it, thinking that the point was in the bag. Mahut, fighting for everything, attempted to run it down.
30 love.
I mean, this is unbelievable.
He's not even looking.
I want to know who his physical trainer is. I mean, this guy's in phenomenal shape.
Nothing a lost cause for Mahut.
Love.
Well, it's a weary serve.
14-15.
You just sense that Isner's completely gone now. And if
40-30.
If Mahut can just make a few returns here, he can get that all vital break.
Oh my goodness. What a response. With his energy levels running on reserve. Finds an ace.
Isner leads 59 games to 58. Final set.
He's trying to change events, but he's using medical funds.
Well, if you're just coming in and joining this match of marathon proportions, just bring you up to date with some of the details on these players who are part of history here on court number 18. Man taking this, just some running repairs at the moment is Nicolas Mahut. Frenchman qualifier, beat Bogdanovic in a marathon set, 24-22, coming through qualification at Roehampton. Ranked number 148 in the world. Highest ever ranking was 45 back in 2007. And he's taking on the towering figure of John Isner, 6'9", 245 pounds. Possessor of a thunderous serve. Competing in his second Wimbledon. First one was 2008.
15 up.
He was forced to miss last year after a bout of mono, which caused him to miss Roland Garros as well. These two players have met once before. That was at Queen's in 2008. Mahut the victor on that occasion.
Seeing the first little cracks in Mahut. He's going to his team right now. He can't see the ball. It's getting a little bit dark out there. He's just got to get back to business and get refocused here. And every little point here is going to make the difference.
15.
If I was Isner there, I wouldn't hit the return down the middle. I'd just go for broke right now because he cannot move whatsoever at the moment.
Forty, 15.
See Isner just shaking his head, and at this stage in the match, wonder whether any thoughts are running through his mind whatsoever. If it's just complete autopilot, an instinct. What a forehand return from Isner.
That's the sort of tennis he has to play. Just go for broke on those returns, especially when you have a second serve.
Big moment now on the Mahut serve. He sees on the second serve on this occasion.
Sets up match point number 4. Can he do it?
He's staved them off so far in this game, in this match rather. But a massive moment now for Isner.
Advantage, Isner. Thank you.
How will Mahut respond?
Please, thank you.
Pressure on him.
Yes.
What a time to come up with ace number 95. This match is never going to end at this rate.
There's your answer. So strong mentally. No doubts whatsoever being allowed to creep into the mind of Nicolas Mahut. Just sinks to his knees. Almost an exhaustion as much as anything.
Advantage, Mahut.
But perhaps also the realization that a big opportunity has passed. Can he engineer another one? So the opportunity passes. Had a match point.
59 games all. Final set.
But Mahut stood up to the strongest, closest scrutiny.
Mahut doesn't want to play at the moment. It's not seeing the ball.
I want to play, but you know, when I throw the ball, I just... Yeah, but it's... When I serve, I just don't I'm in the rhythm with that.
I mean, it's
Well, what's your take on that conversation, Greg? Mahut saying he's struggling to see the ball. We're in dusk twilight here in southwest London.
I think the right play to do is actually to call the match because it is very dark. At home, the picture looks bright because of the television effects, but out here, it is pretty dark. And if Mahut can't see the ball, the just thing to do is to stop it now at 59 all because nobody comes in at an advantage.
Il dit c'est soit 2 jeux, soit on arrête. Soit 2 jeux, soit on arrête.
So consultation taking place.
Then at the moment, he's saying in French, they want him to play 2 more games and then stop, but it looks like Mahut wants to stop right now.
Let's see what the decision is.
5 minutes or something like this on this board. I think we need to stop now. That's the best decision now. We stop.
Finish tomorrow.
Yes.
Can't go there.
Well, that's all my call, but at the moment we suspend.
Ladies and gentlemen, due to darkness, play suspended.
Well, there's the announcement. Mahut wanting to stop. Isner's reaction suggesting that he wanted to continue. But a deserved standing ovation from this capacity crowd here at Court 18, who have witnessed history here today in terms of the longest match ever played, the most number of aces that's ever been seen in a match. Records all around from these two men who have continued to play tennis of the highest order throughout the 10-hour duration of this match. 10 hours exactly we've played. And it's been absolutely enthralling and intriguing throughout. And they deserve this rousing round of applause which they are receiving, because they will return for day 3 here on Court 18. It's not a cricket match, it's a game of tennis, and the score is 59 games all in the 5th and deciding set.
Well, I think they came up with the right decision there. You know, it was getting very dark, 59 games all, and this is very just. You know, after being on court for as long as they have been, 10 hours, it is the right choice and the right decision.
We can't hear you.
We're going to hear from the players right now.
Gentlemen, we couldn't let you go without just a quick word on a world record match, the longest match ever played anywhere in the world. Tell me about your part in it today, what it's done to your mind and your body.
Yeah, I mean, he's just a champ, you know, we have to fight. We're just fighting like we never did before. Someone has to win, so we're going to come back tomorrow and see who's going to win that match. But it's just amazing. The crowd is just fantastic, and everyone wants to see the end, but they have to come back tomorrow.
What about your mental strength to keep having to serve to stay in the match?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, we played for too long. I don't know how many hours. I just want to win the game I'm playing, and that's it.
Well, let me speak to you next, John. Tremendous performance from you as well. Can you quite believe what's been going on here today? The length of the match, the crowd, the atmosphere, and now you've got to go off without the match even finishing.
No, this is, I mean, nothing like this will ever happen again, ever. I don't know what to say. I mean, he's serving fantastic. I'm serving fantastic. And that's really all there is to it. I'd like to see the stats, see what the ace count looks like for both of us. But
world records, I think, for both. Certainly Wimbledon records for both of you. Amazing stats, all round records broken all round. What was the decision about coming off?
I mean, I don't know. We both couldn't agree to play, so they canceled.
Back tomorrow for more. Well done to both of you. Congratulations so far. Brilliant.
This has been the match of the championships to date by far. I think no matter who wins Wimbledon this year, this match will go down in history of the championships.
59 games all, final set. Isner to serve.
So here we go. Round 3.
Love 15.
Inauspicious start to the first service game for John Isner.
That was very close. That looked like that could be slightly long there. But no Hawkeye in this court to question that call.
Just a wry smile from the Frenchman. Call is good. – 137 miles an hour on ace number 99.
30,
one
15.
away from the century.
Forty, 15. Forty, 30.
Big moment coming up. Deuce.
Deuce.
I just feel John Isner's movement is just lacking a little bit at the moment. Mahut's going to try to take advantage early on. Looking the fresher of the two at the moment.
Ton of aces for John Isner.
Advantage Isner.
Thought I'd never see 100 aces in a tennis match in my lifetime.
Outs. Game Isner. Isner leads 60 games to 59, final set.
Well, as we approach the end of the second day in this match between Isner and Mahut, it appeared to be from a physical standpoint, Isner who was suffering far more physically. He was almost staggering around behind the service line at some point, and as you've pointed out, Greg, perhaps starting slightly more slower physically here this afternoon.
He is starting physically slower this afternoon, but it looks a lot better than he did last night. And if you look at Mahut, he only wanted to stop because of his vision. He couldn't see the ball with his toss of serve, but he was actually at an advantage last night because Isner was on the ropes. He was exhausted, and I think this break has actually helped Isner to get back in this match. So if it continues on the pattern we had yesterday, we could be sitting here for a long time again.
Time. 15 love.
Too deep, too good from Mahut on that forehand.
Love.
Beautiful.
That backhand up the line has been sensational for him throughout this match. He's just strike this one so cleanly. It's his favorite shot from the back of the court.
Mahut. Games all, final set.
Well, it's a little bit cooler, more cloud cover, but it's as though we're watching a rerun, because the pattern we have seen for the previous 2 days has been immediately resumed.
Love.
Just wide.
It was
30 love.
Very, very close there. I thought he'd made it.
Love. Yeah.
101 aces and counting to close that service game.
Isner leads 61-60, final set.
It's amazing to look at this crowd. I mean, they have smiles on their face. They're just in disbelief of what's happening out there. It's just going to come down to has that little bit more belief, or physically who can hold up. I mean, this is just astounding stuff. It's something that just puts a smile on your face. You just can't believe what you're seeing.
Numbers which just look out of place on a tennis scoreboard.
Well, the only thing that looks good to me is those 2 sixes. You think you're in a tiebreaker rather than being 60-61. I guess everybody's got their seats thinking this thing could go a little bit longer again. It does look like, by the pattern, as you said, it could be a while.
People reluctant to leave their seats because I'd suggest if they do, they wouldn't get them back. Every man for himself here on court 18. Seats at a premium to witness this historic match in the first round here at Wimbledon 2010. Mahut to serve. 60-61 in the deciding set. played by John Isner. The movement to the net was oh so painfully slow, but he got there.
Love 15.
I'm sure Craig Boyden, his coach, told him, look out for the drop shot. He used it a lot yesterday. He wants to get up there quick and try to find a way to close this match out.
15 all.
Mahut moving closer to the century mark with his ace count. It's number 97. Now, what was that, Greg?
Your guess is as good as mine. Something must have disturbed him in the crowd.
$40-15.
Well, like a sudden case of vertigo.
I think maybe one of those cameramen in the back must have clicked or something must have happened that disrupted his motion. But it was the right thing to stop the serve and then successfully hit the ace afterwards.
Effective stroke from the backhand side yet again from Mahut to close that service game out.
61 games all, final set.
This match a long time ago was going to come down to a case of who cracks first. But both men remaining as solid as could possibly be. 61 games all. Isner to serve.
Let for service. $50.
Top edge is going to keep with those spectators up there on the balcony on their toes.
Well, just Isner's movement is just a little bit lacking there. He just didn't move his feet enough to get out of the way for that ball. Mahut looks the sharper of the two by far at the moment. Isner serves what's keeping him in like it did all day yesterday.
$30-15.
Each step looks agonizingly painful, but he still manages to summon up the energy to approach the net and put away that forehand.
$40-15.
That's 103 aces. That one at 131 miles an hour after 10 hours and 15 minutes of play.
Isner leads 62 games to 61. Final set. Time.
Well, you see Mahut skipping back to his work in stark contrast to a weary, almost rubber-legged Isner. Can his greater apparent energy be decisive? Going with serve, 61-62. There was a forceful forehand into the body.
15 love.
Isner couldn't control the response.
But it's the right play for Isner to come forehand, to come forward. I'd expect him to come forward more on the forehand side because the backhand of Mahut has been excellent to date. He wants to keep these points very short out there.
Backhand effectiveness yet again from Mahut.
But the interesting thing there was Mahut
30 love.
was upset between first and second serve because one of the photographers was moving his camera at the time he was about to hit this serve, so he asked him to slow it down, and thus he refocused very well to win that point.
So ton up. Nicolas Mahut goes to 100 aces for the match.
It's quite interesting there because Mahut's having a battle with that cameraman. He's actually staring him down and is driving him on. He's using that as a motivation at the moment.
Okay. No, new balls, please. .62 games all, final set.
Well, as if they weren't serving well enough, they have new balls again.
$15 love.
Well played.
love.
Very weary again from Isner. Just can't get around that forehand. Maybe you'd like to take a backhand on that one because his footwork at the moment from the back of the court is very poor. And Mahut knows that, but it's very hard to take advantage because he can't make any returns.
14-15.
And that's the reason why.
Case in point. But again,
40-30.
Forehand filled with fatigue from John Isner. Presents Mahut with just a half chance. Looking to snare a deuce on Isner's service game.
Box. Isner.
Well, they're being put under the closest scrutiny by their rivals.
63 games to 62, final set.
They still continue to stand strong.
Well, the interesting thing is we can see Henman Hill or Murray Mound, whatever you want to call it these days, they're not actually not watching a center court match. They're watching court number 18. That's probably a first in history. Hopefully they can give us a wave out there, all those fans, and they are. Well, at the moment, this is a big story in America. Before I came on to do this match, all the networks from America were talking about this match. I mean, it is big news in America at the moment and all around the world. This has never happened in the sport before. You can see all the photographers, cameramen, all the people here today. And the interesting thing as well is both teams are actually sitting together. Yesterday they were in opposite sections, but they're all together as one today, which is quite a nice touch, I think.
Talked about, well, you see two interested observers.
John McEnroe and Tracy Austin, two greats of the game. John would have loved this match. He could have used his famous catchphrase, "You cannot be serious."
And the movement of Isner now.
30 love.
Severely reduced.
Box. Love.
Towards the end of play yesterday, Even though he's 6'9" and 245 pounds, Isner's racket looked too heavy for him. Really struggled to lift it. Perhaps looked apparent on that last stroke there as well. Mahut closing out his service game to love.
63 games all, final set.
Stark contrast in the way these guys are moving, because every step appears to be a momentous effort, a monumental effort from Isner. Whereas Mahut, relatively sprightly. Look at him bouncing up and down.
Love 15.
At the moment when Mahut's making the return and making the plays, he's been the one winning the rallies, while John Isner's making a lot of unforced errors. So far, by the looks of this match, to me, Mahut has the slight advantage.
Oh! 138 miles an hour on that serve.
Mahut would have expected to make that return. He's a little frustrated there because it was on his racket. And he knows those small chances where he has to make Isner play.
$30-15.
Not able to find the court on that backhand, which has been so effective throughout the course of this match.
$40-15.
Isner doing the right thing there, serving and volleying, because Mahut's just blocking the ball back with not much pace, high over the court, and that's really makes it easy for him when he serves and volleys. Very clever thinking out there.
Okay, Isner.
Ace number 106 for John Isner.
Isner leads 64 games to 63, final set.
This just feels like the never-ending story. It looks like this set could reach the 8-hour mark today.
Fantastic sight. A Wimbledon that is filled to capacity, every conceivable vantage point being taken advantage of. And as Greg's already pointed out, the eye is not on the show courts as is custom, but here on court 18. Taking in this historic encounter.
Exactly. Everybody likes to be a part of history. I think this will be the match of 2010. The only way I can see this being eclipsed if Andy Murray was to win Wimbledon this year. But apart from that, this championship will go down as the Isner-Mahut match.
Very much one of those where were you moments. And for those lucky enough to be here at the All England Cup, and I was there moment.
Well, you're probably the only man who can say in history that you were here for all 3 days.
10 hours, 29 minutes and counting. But it is enthralling stuff.
Was just wide.
15 up.
Isner taking the circuitous route back to the service reception area. Just making a little inquiry to the umpire.
Doesn't have enough energy to argue it, actually. Gave up on the cause.
Outs.
Oh, that is a very good correction because that ball was
13
definitely in. Very well done from the line judge to correct himself there. As you can see, it landed right on the line.
Love.
That was a good return from Isner.
40-15.
When you're that fatigued as Isner is, when you get those second serves, you've got to be really aggressive with them. Just take some risks out there. And you just got to hope your opponent gets a little bit tight with the pressure of the situation. But from 40 love up, that's not really going to hurt Mahut so much. So I expect him to hold this game.
Game. 64 games on, final set.
Ten and a half hours elapsed now.
Well, this was our longest rally of the day, and you know they say net courts even themselves out, but sometimes they don't in a match. Sometimes you need a little bit of luck to win one of these marathons.
Well, you just see him sporting apology. This game being played in a tremendous spirit between these two combatants.
Odds.
Very well played by John Isner. The kick on his second serve
30-15
was considerable. Ace number 107 fairly thudding into the canvas at the back of the court. Well,
Isner leads 65 games to 64, final set.
these two men proving to be absolutely impervious to pressure.
Seems to be like the never-ending story. Nobody creating a break point chance today. One deuce so far, so we could be sitting here for a long time. It's very impressive here from John Isner, because yesterday at the end of the match he looked delirious. He didn't look like he knew where he was really, and he's come back well and he's recovered very well. So, you know, mentally he's showing a lot of toughness out there today.
As is Mahut, because as you've already pointed out, Greg, he's been serving second to stay in the match from the very inception of this 5th set, and he's proved equal to the task every time.
John needs a little stand up there. You know, he was here for yesterday, not all of the 7 hours, but I think he watched about an hour of it, and he might be standing here for another 7 hours. This looks like we could be going on and on and on today.
Time.
Again, you just see the contrast in the way these two men are moving. Mahut, relatively as light as a summer breeze, just skipping out of his chair to take up his place behind the baseline.
Love 15.
Smallest of opportunities now. Isner with his nose ahead on the Mahut serve.
Oh, that was an opportunity missed. Just hitting his legs there. He knows he should have made that
15
one.
all.
Thought just for a moment the scoreboard was going into meltdown again. The love 15 never registered. Appears to be back on track now. 15 all.
It's a very clever serve, because when someone's struggling with their movement, to hit them a body serve, you actually have to be very sharp on your feet. As we saw from Isner there, he wasn't. Showing a message here to Isner. I'm fresh, I feel good. Look at this liveliness left in my legs. No problem getting up for this one.
Got up effectively as well. Superb elevation on that overhead smash.
Mahut. 65 games all, final set.
Well, Big Ben showing the time. What it doesn't tell you is how long this match has been going on.
Well, if this was a normal set right now, we'd be in a tiebreak. It'd be 6 games all in the commencement of this match. I mean, this just gets more and more amazing.
Love.
Well played.
Love.
What a stroke.
This was struck so sweet. Look
30-15.
at the timing on this ball. It's exceptional. Very sharp. Very easy for Nicolas Mahut to get some rhythm out there, isn't it?
It is such a potent weapon.
Game Isner. Isner leads 66 games to 65, final set. Time.
Sue, by the look of it, it's not going to end today.
Feel as though we're entering the realms of Groundhog Day.
Out.
40 love.
$15.40.
Game.
Nice.
66 games all, final set. $15 love. 15 all.
You said, Greg, the net cords will even themselves out. That one not in Isner's favor.
Oh, that's well played from Isner.
30-15.
That is impressive power hitting at this stage of the match from Isner.
Tracy Austin seems to be enjoying this match, supporting her fellow American John Isner. It is highly entertaining stuff for the drama.
Isner, new balls, please.
And what's remarkable about the drama is that it's the same story day after day after day.
Isner leads 67 game to 66. Final set.
The serve, utterly dominant. That has been the story of this match. And it's been exhibited by both men.
Time.
That will be revealed, has to be revealed at some point during this match. No draws in tennis, so hence we are here, going with serve 66-67 in the deciding set.
See, that's those half chances, Isner. I'd like to see him take that backhand and be aggressive rather than just putting it down the middle of the court with nothing on it. Take a little risk on that shot, because if he doesn't, he gets punished every time from Mahut.
Oh.
30 love.
Because John Isner is in a very good position, having served first in this set. He's the one who can take more risks. He can go for it, and that's what he has to change his mindset with right now, is say, okay, I have nothing to lose. I'm the one who's serving first. Let's just take a few chances and go for broke.
Love.
Isner not even attempting to make a move on that retrieval. Same thing again, rooted to the spot.
67 games all, final set.
Well, the thing which is interesting for me about this contest is who's going to crack first. I think if you're talking physically, I think it will be John Isner. Mentally, the question marks in the past have always been with Mahut. So that's the battle that's being fought at the moment.
Let first service. 15 love.
Still incredible velocity as we approach 11 hours elapsed for this 5th set.
30 love.
And allied with placement and direction as well. Not an ace, but beyond the reach, the outstretched reach of Mahut.
Oh, that is a sensational pickup. He enjoyed that one.
And will that be something that gives him an energy jolt?
40 love.
Let's not get too excited, Ron. Energy jolt, that might be asking a little bit much. We are nearly in the 8th hour.
Game Isner. Isner leads 68 games to 67. Final set. Time.
Well, it's a 1 minute to 8 hours for this set alone, and 11 hours for the match. Nobody's ever going to beat this record in the history of tennis ever again. So what you're seeing is something very, very special today.
Love 15.
Nobody's won back-to-back points in each other's service game. Can Isner be the first to do so? Since the resumption, of course.
Isner on the run, getting to the ball.
50.
But Mahut, his equal. And over 8 hours have elapsed in this 5th set alone now. Just to put this already historic match further beyond the reach of players who'll be following it.
$15.
Net cords abound on that play. This time favoring Mahut.
40-15.
Well, Maybe even the Mouts today, and definitely in this rally.
Game Mahut. 68 games old.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if Tracy Johnston did get it right. She said 72 games to 70. So she's still in there with a chance. I think it's going to surpass that mark.
Who would bet against you? What a weary-looking forehand from Isner. Put him love 15 down. This really is quite remarkable. Now this is big.
Could this be the moment? Love 30, the first time a return has won 2 points on serve. Isner's going to really need to come up with a good first serve here. Very good, aggressive play from Mahut.
Love 30.
Here's the superior energy and dynamism of Nicolas Mahut finally beginning to tell.
Thank you. Thank you.
Isner serve. Love 30 down.
15-30.
As he has done so often, he finds an instant riposte. Ace number 112 at 135 miles an hour. Well left.
$40-30.
And all of a sudden, the monstrous hitting of John Isner has got him out of a love 30 hole. It's at 40-30 once again. Second serve. Glimmer of an opportunity for juice for Mahut. He went after it, but he could only find a net. And despite being in a love 30 hole,
Isner leads 69 games to 68. Final set.
Isner had utter confidence in that trusty serve and blasted his way out of trouble yet again.
Time.
It's a lovely smile. She's trying to get into court 18 any which way she can. Unfortunately, the door is closed.
If your name's not on the list, you're not coming in. It's the hottest ticket in the capital. The world's press in attendance. Everybody wanting to watch this never-ending match. Oh!
15 love.
So close. The favored backhand from Mahut. Isner seized upon it. Greg, what do you say?
Just out. Nothing you can do about that. They just don't want to find a way to win this match.
Out.
This is what's been so impressive from both players.
15 on.
They've really taken their time when they've made an unforced error or there comes a critical moment in the match, and mentally have both been exceptionally solid.
Fails to put away the drop shot.
Is he
15-30.
Is he finally starting to crack just that little bit?
Pivotal moments in this match. But what a response.
$30 on.
That is superb.
That sets up his 5th match point, and can he make it?
How will Mahut respond?
Thank you. 30-40.
How will he cope with the enormity of this situation?
Isner resets to 2.
It is over.
3-6. 7-6, 6-7. 70-68.
A sporting embrace between these two fantastic combatants. But it's Isner who stays on court to take a standing ovation from this beyond capacity crowd on court 18. Because at last, at long, long last, we have a winner. The serve and perhaps finally the resolve of Nicolas Mahut has finally been broken, bringing to an end this truly epic encounter. 3-2 in favor of John Isner.
It's such a shame that somebody had to win this match, and John Isner deserves credit, but so does Nicolas Mahut. I mean, he was so brave throughout these 3 days. It was a tremendous battle and a match we will never see the likes of again.
Isner the victor, Nicolas Mahut the vanquished. but it's a contest that has elevated the standing and the stature of both of these men.
What a lovely moment for John Isner to applaud Nicolas Mahut.
A truly historic match.
Yeah, so take the one that's on court now off from the long match and put the original one back, yeah?
There, the final analysis. 3 sets to 2. The scoreboard struggling to cope with the sheer number of digits. 70 games to 68 in the 5th and deciding set. Tony Adamson now with a special presentation at the conclusion of this first round match.
Andy? Who mentioned the tie-break just then?
The other one.
Ladies and gentlemen, in recognition of this quite extraordinary and unbelievable match, and to mark a chapter in the history of Wimbledon and the game itself, the All England Club have decided to award a special memento to the umpire and the 2 players. Umpire. Just mention a record or 2, yeah? And here, ladies and gentlemen, here to present the awards are Anne Jones, a former Wimbledon champion, of course, and Tim Henman. Tim Henman, a former British #1. And first of all, let's give a huge round of applause to the umpire who controlled not only the match but himself extremely well. Ladies and gentlemen, Mohamed Layani. Just for your information, ladies and gentlemen, the match lasted 11 hours and 5 minutes. So, the warmest applause for the 2 players, John Isner and Nicolas Mahut.
And I think it would only be fitting as well if we asked Nicolas and John to come and collect their mementos together, because they are both winners today. And guys, John, if I could just grab a few words with you. The world's press are here, the world's media are watching. An extraordinary day. If I ask you how do you feel, I can't even imagine what the answer is.
Yeah, got a little bit tired, but you know, when you come out and play a match like this and with the atmosphere like this, you don't feel tired really out here, even though that's exactly what we both were. This crowd was fantastic. So,
you showed a huge amount of respect for Nicolas at the net when the final point had been and gone. Tell us what you feel about him, having shared 3 days of your life with him.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, what more can you say? The guy's an absolute warrior. You know, it stinks someone had to lose, but to be able to, you know, share this day with him was an absolute honor. I wish him nothing but the best, and, you know, maybe I'll see him somewhere down the road and it won't go 70-68.
We will ensure there is a tie break next time you meet, we promise. Nicolas, what is there to say?
You know, at this moment, it's just really painful, but like John said, it was just amazing to play today. The crowd, the last 3 days were just amazing, so thanks of you guys. It was just completely fantastic, and John deserved the win. He served unbelievable. I mean, I don't know how many ACs he did, but he's a champion, you know. He's, like he said, it was really... It was an honor to play. We played the greatest match ever and the greatest place to play tennis. You know, Wimbledon is the greatest tournament, and we just played the greatest match ever.
Nicolas, can I ask you, because you both served more than 100 aces in the match. That will never, ever be done again as long as this game is played. And yet you had to serve to stay in the match 65 times. I mean, when you think of it in those terms, the pressure that you were under every time you left the umpire's chair to go and serve, you were one down every single time. Did that not get to you after a while?
You know, I was not thinking about this. I was just thinking about, you know, winning the game I was playing. You know, just the point I was playing and again and again. It was very long, but I think we both enjoy it.
Well, not as much as we enjoyed it, I can assure you. Many, many congratulations. You are a true French hero today. And John, I must just ask you one last question, because I think you're playing doubles in about half an hour. Can you manage that?
That's kind of a mean joke right there. I don't even want to think about that right about now. So I'll go back to the locker room and we'll see what happens.
Okay, well listen, before you go back to the locker room, could I ask you if you would both come down to the scoreboard down there, because this is a moment, I know Nicolas, you desperately want to get the hell out of here, but if we could get you down there, because this really is a moment of sporting history, the like of which will never happen. So if we could bring John, if someone will look up, if the two of you guys could just wander down. They want to go to this one. They want to go to this one. But can we just put your hands together one more time, please, for John Isner and Nicolas Mahut. One, two, three, four, five. One, two. And ladies and gentlemen, I know especially up there in the stand there, you want the guys to go down to that scoreboard, but no, whoa. But think about Nicolas Mahut, who would like to go back and consider the events of the last 3 days. So please put your hands together for an outstanding sportsman who has conducted himself so magnificently over the last 3 days. And I think John Isner's going to stand by that scoreboard for the next 11 hours. One more shot from the cameramen of the world. And John, I think we can allow you to leave court 18. But thank you very much for providing us with unforgettable memories. And John Isner is through to the 3rd round of the men's singles.
Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you for your help.